Meow, 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 meow.
On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, there's actually news. We've got a Charlemagne costume out of nowhere. Absolutely blown away. Yeah, let's go. We're so back. And also, believe it or not, we kind of have a roadmap in NA. We actually know the rough time period for a couple of events coming up, including one that's going to be next frickin' week. So I hope you're ready for me to check in with you for what Tesla Fest is going to be like, because we have a Lotto event this spring. Get ready. But all that and more on today's Let's Talk FGO. I am one of your hosts. I am Exosuit Omega. With me as always, he's got them Nibelheim blues. It's Lucky.
Oh, you just have to make me fucking sad. Anyway, I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka a really long road trip. And while we here at Studio Mega like to bring you the latest Neo-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EA versions of the game. So anyone not want to spoil should go play Unicorn Overlord. It's really good.
Yes, we may or may not bring that up later, but reviews are in, game's out, people are saying good things.
Like I said, I have as I look around my room, I don't see it. It must be out. Must be still in the kitchen. But no, I got my collector's edition. But I'm like, bro, I'm still slamming fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm like 80 hours in, and yeah, I still got some time to go.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing they talked about. I don't imagine, as someone who's at exactly like 42 hours right now, and am literally in the open world transition between Gold Saucer / Corel and Gongaga. Like, I'm like, bruh, how the fuck would you beat this in 40 hours? Even if you inhaled main story, you'd just be getting your ass clapped by every random encounter. Because I'm technically over-leveled, and I'm still getting beat up by weirdo sand creatures.
Underground enemies suck. I hate them. I fucking hate them.
Well, yeah, we will be discussing some of the finer points, I think, of Rebirth again, because it's, like, unavoidable. This is one of those things where, like, Lucky and I are both queued in on a huge pop culture video game release. Honestly, a couple, because we're also still playing Helldivers. But, like, expect us to keep talking about Rebirth for probably the next month at this rate. Probably. And then eventually we'll stream it all, and you'll get to hear us talk about it again for, like, another 80 hours, because it's like, I don't know how I can discuss that game and stream it and not do all the open world shit too. Like, I don't think we can just speedrun story and you actually get the quote-unquote Rebirth experience. Especially because there's so much character stuff in the side objectives, and the proto-relic quests are like their own mini narratives and stuff. Anyway, we'll talk about that in the What's Up segment. We do have a few fun things to burn through on our FGO side, which is what the majority of this podcast is about most weeks. Sometimes it leans towards the other stuff, but we will get you up with that. But stay tuned for more if you're interested in that later. Or just file it away. We'll do it at the very end, so if you're waiting on spoiler stuff, if you picked maybe a different video game to buy in the past couple of months and are hip-deep in your backlog, you can come back later. First, let's check in and remind you that this episode is brought to you by our lovely patrons who help support us, which is ever more important in this day and age, and thank them for their support. We are brought to you by our patrons, like but not limited to Adam Hart, Black Stitchy, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Flight of Bird, Jeremy Vasquez, JDB9000, Just Faye, Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Sharvor, Shunpire, Some Guy Named Bob, and Vern the Crow. If you like what we do and want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Get access to episodes early, lots of other goodies every episode out. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
So, that means it is time to check in with everybody's favorite Kohai Mesh.
先輩、起きてください.
Because it's time to say wake the fuck up, senpai. I reckon a second for pro tips. I could say this because, well, I made Lucky fucking sad earlier, so we already broke that barrier. It's okay. It was at like 1 minute in. But a couple of things. First of all, we have the roadmap as discussed. We'll be talking about that in depth a little later when we actually discuss the news. But this roadmap announcement does basically come with a list of events that are going to require certain levels of story clearance up until June. So, hey, you're going to need several different levels of clearance, mostly in the early LOSTBELT area, but you will still need to be making progress to keep up. So, feel free to check them in this roadmap, and if you are not caught up on story, make sure you are still clearing it. Also, this is a thing that happens in America still for some ungodly reason, probably because our governmental system is a constant petty war of all the stupidest things, and nothing ever useful to people gets done, but daylight savings will be occurring soon. And because of the fact that all of our stuff is done on, like, server time in Japan, this just means that your idea of what our daily reset and stuffs happen will change and will not change in-game. I once again need to double-check if Florida is actually doing that again, because I swear to God, every single year I hear they've done a referendum and we're going to stop, and then we're still doing it because, I don't know, we have more important shit to do in government. This is a lie, by the way. Well, not entirely a lie. There are a couple of hot-button issues, but also, like, a lot of the stuff we get agitated about is probably not as helpful as, you know, actually just not ruining everybody's sleep schedule. Actually, that's really bad for you. Sleep good. Try and get, like, 8 hours.
I've been sleeping like shit, y'all, so I can't say anything right now.
My own sleep levels are kind of all over the place, but, like, it's been weirder, but I doubt that daylight savings is gonna help me, especially because it's what, spring forward? Yeah, great. Cool. That's gonna make me seem like a normal human being. Not much. We're like 5 minutes in. Actually, we're literally 7 minutes into the recording time. I don't know why I lied to you like that. I just eyeballed it, but I can see the time. When I said it was 7 minutes, it's 7 minutes. We were pre-setting up.
Yeah.
For reference to anybody who's not sure why there was some pre-setup, remember what Lucky just said about his sleeping.
Yeah, no. For reasons I'll probably talk about later, I was up to like 9 a.m. playing Rebirth, which means I got up at like 5:30-ish, 5-ish. I don't remember exactly.
It's been a while since I've done something crazy like that, but that's not unheard of for me. Everybody knows that I am like a super night owl.
Nah, same.
But yeah, because of these reasons, there's no records and there's no evils. Like, technically, I should say that I got my Grail in story, but it was a time gate every day story. It's not like it was hard to get a Grail, so we're chilling. I'm still working through my backlog of costume currency because, like, basically every hour I am existing right now, my primary attributes are play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, play Helldivers 2, or prep for Singularity War. And then if it is Sunday, run Singularity War for like 4 hours. Like, my FGO time is very low. Mostly because, like, one, I would also, if I'm not using my phone to, like, pull up videos while I'm wandering around doing those other objectives, I would also be, like, super way behind on that content as well. Well, if you're looking for team builds, you're from your hosts of Let's Talk FGO, you're talking to the wrong place. But if you're looking for help from our Discord, link in the description. Check that out. All right. Okay. So no records, no evils. I do want to let you know what you need to do to be finishing your master missions. They're very simple this week. Defeat 15 enemies with the undead trait. Obtain 50 pens, 50 papers, and 50 binders. These are all 3 separate missions. Those are all the currency drops from the event. Complete 5 quests, complete 10 quests. Do the event. And if you somehow miss the undead one, you can literally just beat up skeletons in Fuyuki. It's no biggie. So, very straightforward stuff to get in there. Oh boy, sorry. Somebody in our patron chat, support us on Patreon at any level to access our Patreon chat, but the gold or whale levels to listen to the show get recorded live every week. Talked about being in for like an hour grind on these recollection quests, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's I don't have time for that shit. Are you kidding me? That's an hour of fighting cactuars I could be doing.
You mean cactuars fighting you?
I mean, it's true, yes. Hey, by the way, Lucky, spoilers for later, I did die the first time against those cactuars.
Yeah.
The second time I equipped that one weapon ability that lets you survive a hit with 1 HP and dodged the fuck, so I didn't die, but that was only because you pre-warned me. And the first time out, I absolutely got fucking obliterated. I ate 3,000 needles like 3 times. Those little green guys are a menace. Oh, but yes, we'll discuss that later. But yeah, so like I do not currently have the time to budget to block out an hour to do an FGO grind. But we do have some news. Let's move into Skelograms. Because like I said, we actually have a decent chunk of news from both JP and NA. This was actually a matter of some debate last week. People were like, oh, is White Day confirmed? Will a new servant come out? You know, what's going on there? The messaging seemed kind of confused, but you know, it's an hour per fight, so yeah, you gotta run it in. So you're like, yeah.
No, it's even worse.
No, that's I think that's at least just the super recollection. I think the normal recollection are a little tamer, but we'll take a gander at that some other time. Hey, though, if you have completed them and you have strats, feel free to leave your team comps in the comments. I know that like people are not very active in our normal comments these days, but like seriously, just drop a comment. You might actually help some people. You can also get on our Discord. I know that doesn't help the like YouTube engagement as much as comments do, but like, you know, we got a community for this stuff. Feel free to share your strats and results and stuff. But yes, first JP, because it's technically firing first, thanks to Timsons. We have our next White Day event, the new Caldea Boys collection, Charlemagne's Montjoy Chivalrism, starting the 6th, going until the 27th. So that new story chapter is going to be very late March. Oh, so the regular sorry, we're pausing because I'm getting new Patreon information. The regular recollection is just literally replaying the story fights. A LB1 story fight in a post LB6 world. Nah, I think I've got that. That part is easy. The super recollection fights being like raid battles is the complicated one. But anyway, Charlemagne is our signature servant for this year's White Day. I do know that some people are not happy about how FGO is kind of inconsistent on like, do we get new servants? Do we get costumes for old servants and stuff? You know, some back and forth. Though at least with our current White Day event in NA, you do get at least a preview of an upcoming new male servant, and also got a rerun of our Juno altar that was desperately needed, and like a fuck ton of costumes. So, you know, it's got some back and forth. But hey, it's White Day. Yes, I intentionally made that rhyme in there. So you got some CEs, you got some logins, basically the same thing that we got just now, where you got those voice messages from our Juno altar when you logged in. You can get voice messages from Charlemagne, and you get teapots and tickets as well. So, you know, that kind of stuff you can exchange for the CE. We do have a new Charlemagne costume. So, you know, I believe it's called Charlemagne in Disguise. So, you know, he's having fun. He's got a casual costume. It's pretty cool. We've also got some rank ups happening. So Charlemagne's first skill now gives him the ability to get his special buff stacked when attacking for 5 turns. This was his ability that previously gave him the heroic road buff when he got hit for 5 turns, which makes his NP damage better. The primary problem with that was that it was a targetable invul on another character or himself, but you took debuffs if you do that, but was not a taunt, so there was no way to guarantee you would get the stacks. Now that it's an offensive buff for 5 turns as well, there's a much better spread that you will actually get your stacks for his special NP multiplier, which is nice. I like when they make it a little more consistent with these. Bradamante also got a rank up, and it was an NP rank up, so it's the pretty typical one that her NP just has increased damage, but it also now raises her crit damage by a flat 30% for 3 turns first. So, good for some follow-up stuff, and just, you know, the NP damage modifier is a good increase. We also have, at least for the time being, 2 banners. The first is a Charlemagne Don Quixote rerun. That's good. And the second banner, is Saberstolf and Roland. So, honestly, both pretty good banners, though Roland is permanent, so Charlemagne Don Quixote is technically a little better, because the Don is story-locked and Charlemagne is limited, but still. Solid blocks of banners. There will also presumably be rotations of all the other, you know, permanent or story-locked male characters for you to pick up. There is a bonus list posted, which is mostly just male and gender-ambiguous servants, but you do have a few special guests in there as well, kind of like how this year we got the added, Medusa and Mordred were added to this setup. Sorry, I had to take a pause there because it's funny, I must have been looking up a lot of NA news lately because my Google autocomplete defaulted to the NA website rather than the wiki because they start with the same characters. I was just like, oh, sorry, that's my bad. I have to pay attention now. Let's see, who are the extra event bonuses? Yeah, Charlemagne's your primary one, but it looks like you've got access to Edison has some extra, and though they do not get the bond bonus because they are women's, Bradamante and Yang Guifei are bonus servants as well with the extra damage. So presumably they appear in the event somewhere. So yeah, good times all around. It's nice. Does, like I said, mean that new story chapter release will probably be late March for sure, since this doesn't event until the 27th. Though with the 3-week pattern, they've got enough time for them to get some overlap. Yes, the bond bonus is for characters who are identified as male or identified as gender. Gender. Stop asking. But we also have lots of NA news. Kind of surprising. Well, not really, because they did say that Road to 7 was coming, but like it's a pretty solid block of news. So technically, the event that is occurring and ending the fastest is Road to 7. Lost Belt number 1 is going on. So this starts the 7th and is going on until the 14th. We've got a couple of banners for this. You've got Anastasia and Ivan banners, Nyelter on both. So, return to form. We're also getting a block of new CEs. So one, I believe the clearance CE is on... the CE you get for clearing Lost Belt 1, I should say, is on Raid Up. And also, there's brand new batches of CEs. So if you're looking for... what is the name of that Ilya CE that gives Berserkers bonus damage? The original one.
I don't remember,
but that the new version of that is one of the ones they're releasing. Let me grab where's the summon campaign? There it is. So yeah, your brand new craft instances are Phantasmal Princess gives you MP strength 60% for Berserkers. Illusionary Confessional is the new version of Shroud of St. Magdalene, the special defense versus mail, and the 4-star Flowery Paradise, which is another Bazette CE. That's the star gather rate and quick one. So yeah, we're doing our usual cycling of CEs, so we got some new ones. Those will be added permanently once this section ends. So you've got half AP on Anastasia free quests, your first clear. Also, half AP on LB-related servants, rank-ups, and interludes. We've added a new rank-up for Ivan and his Mental Schism skill. And also, you can do LB1-related interludes even if you don't have those servants for a limited time. So if you don't have an Ivan or an Anastasia, you can catch up on all of those. And if they have a buff, you will get the buff applied if you should roll them in the future. Also, a good source of Sanquoir, Jarb Jarb.
Jarb Jarb.
The old magical rocks. There's also some other AP-related stuff, but that is technically for a separate campaign, so do not worry, chat. I am cycling back around to that. Sorry, that just reminded me. I said chat even though we do have a live chat with Patreon, but usually I use that also to refer to the YouTube comments. This reminds me of a great D&D meme I saw on Twitter. A warlock who calls his party members chat and his patron mods. So when you want to use a spell to like take out a guy, it's like, mods, I'll just blast this man. And like that, I would have to use those fucking like D&D 5th edition modern rules they came up with and never published because they're cowards. Seriously, they had fucking like wizard and artificer spells to like make phone calls and take over cameras via magic. Come on, Techomancy's cool, y'all. But that's definitely like a funny thing that I'm gonna remember forever. Maybe I can work that into a Shadow Wizard game if I remember. But that's a project that's probably going to stay on the back burner until I get really deep into urban fantasy again. But the thing that you probably know about, especially because we have been discussing it kind of off and on in the previous bits of the show, is you have the Recollection quests and the Super Recollection quests. So as discussed previously, the Recollection quests are just the story fights again. There's 3 of them. I think it's Salieri, Anastasia, as in the final boss one with... Kadok helping out, and Big Boy Ivan. And then, obviously, the Super Recollection is crazy high stats. Now, I'm not going to say, because we have a battle in New York coming up, that it's not good to practice quests where you need a high level of damage output, but literally, our Patreon chat has been discussing about how the Super Recollection quests are so meaty, you need to settle in for a 30-minute to 60-minute run per quest. It's rough. It's wild. It's wacky. Oh, it's Minotauros is the big one. Okay. God, that sucks. That's going to be so annoying. Also, hey, spoilers. Some people have been asking. No, I haven't done those yet. That was like literally last night. We were playing like Helldivers all night, fighting the servers until like 2 a.m. for me. And then I immediately played Final Fantasy VII for like 2 hours and went to bed. When I woke up this morning, after breakfast, and, sorting out my laundry and stuff, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII, because the Helldiver servers are cooked right now. Actually, they might be getting better, but they were very cooked when I first woke up. So, no, I haven't even looked at these, right? Like I said, right now I am literally farming currency because I need to buy all the costumes out of the store for this event before it goes away, and before I forget. But yeah, so Recollection quests are... perfectly normal, and then, you got some stuff to worry about for the Super Recollection. But I mentioned that there is also another thing going on kind of simultaneously, And that is, to coincide with our Road to 7 Lost Belt 1 segment, we also have the Singularity Repair Support Campaign 2024, even though this is mostly for Lost Belt stuff, though it does have some Part 1 stuff in there as well. Basically, we're starting Singularity Repair Support. It's main story clearance support. You've got quarter AP up through the end of LB1. Log in during this time period for Leyline Stones and 5-star EXPs. Limited time Master Missions are also back for more Leyline Stones, more EXPs, some Teapots, and some Saint Quartzes. And we're also getting Saber Training Grounds every day. I forgot to jot this down, but that started the 7th and is going one more week after the 14th to the 21st, I think? Yeah, I think it's the 21st. I don't think it's to the 28th. But basically, this is your encouragement to clear story. One, because obviously we're building up to a Lost Belt 7 at the end of this year, but also, just in general, you are going to be asked to do some later than usual story clears. There will still be, obviously, events that require a Fuyuki clear here and there, but you're going to get a lot more that are going to ask you to, like, clear Solomon, clear Lost Belt 1, maybe clear, like, a certain section of Lost Belt 2, that kind of a thing. So, lots of Leyline Stone infusions, and lots of additional drops in there. Yeah, somebody's posting the HP results for these guys. God, why did they give Minotauro 6 million? There's no damage bonus for this. I guess I know some people get really freaky and like to debate about it on Twitter. Well, I guess you do get a damage multiplier because he's a berserker, but still, that's fucking ugh. These are the kinds of things that make me regret that people can and do brag on social media.
Oh yeah, no.
You're ruining this for all of us. You showed the FGO devs you can do 6 billion damage in one turn. Thanks, buddy. Can you give me your exact servant and CE setup? No? Cool, stop bragging. It hurts. It's painful. Well, you don't literally need to do 3.5 mil. Oh, it is. So it's the first break bar only. It's 3.4 with some rounding. Anyway, it's well, at that point, I'm glad, I guess, that it's just the first break bar, because that is kind of how that fight goes, but, like, still, God, so much HP. Anyway, Super Recollection, by the way, these Super Recollection quests are gonna keep happening. From what I recall from how the JP fandom and some of our cross-players had it, Lost Belt 6 is very fun. Notice how I changed my tone of voice when I said fun, to indicate to you that I'm lying to you. There will not be any fun had. It will be terrible. I'm pretty sure one of them is Big Fluff. I can't imagine how they would make that guy even more of a big chungus. He is already the biggest chungus, but they're going to do it. So get ready in, like, 5 months. Your shit's going to get real fucked up.
And just think, people are always all like, oh, I want more challenging content. I'm like, lies.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody talk about in JP that, like, some of these recollection quests and stuff, and some of the advanced quests we do kind of replace, like, challenge quests, which is not exactly, but yeah, it's crazy. But it on the one hand, you know, you have like 2 years of foreknowledge to prep, but it still is rough. It's severe. We will be discussing these kind of as they come, but for a lot of this like high level content, sometimes people turn to us for like suggestions, and I'm like, shit, man, I don't know. I'm not like a super deep whale. Lucky has spent a lot of money on FGO, but you know, you don't really conform to the normal meta standards. So It's not like, you raise who you like and use who you like. So it's like, we're not that experienced with some of this stuff.
Listen, I'm the man with a 120 Tamamo and a Tamamo cat. Like, fucking...
I mean, those will probably be helpful for some of these. Tamamo's a great stall unit.
Yeah, but it's like, no, I do not level a current to med. I level because I'm like, is this a Sakura face or a Tamamo face? Yes? Okay. We ball.
Yeah, so we'll continue to keep you apprised of those, but like I said, we are not your podcast we are not a walkthrough podcast necessarily. I will offer you some tips on upcoming content, such as the new battle in New York I talked about. But it's not going to be a thorough walkthrough. It'll also be a little faster than usual because it's a Lotto event. But we'll discuss that after the mailbag flip, after the dip, the flip, and the skip. But we know that we're doing Battle in New York 2024 soon because we got a roadmap. They have an announcement. They're calling it, Roadmap 2024. They do specify they're excited to announce some of the events they have planned for 2024. Specifically, I do believe that, one, they said this is just their planned schedule, and exact, pacing may change. But they also start this by saying to check the eligibility requirements and prepare. I'm pretty sure that the reason why they're only posting these first 3 events in this specific way is because these are our events that are going to require some story knowledge, basically. Because they need you to be appropriately prepped. And this is a thing they do occasionally over in JP. So first is the aforementioned Battle in New York 2024. We know for a fact this will be releasing on the 15th of March. To start it, you are going to need to clear Lost Belt 1. Scheduled for late March, so presumably after the Battle in New York, we're going to have Water Monsters Crisis. Not really sure why we wanted to pluralize that, but yeah. The Floating Island of Innocence. This specifically requires you to clear Lost Belt 2 to perform, and will also have Lost Belt 6 spoilers, because Morgan's in it. So keep that in mind. And we also have Nanmeyuhari 8 Dog Chronicles. That is scheduled for early June currently, and does mean you have to clear Lost Belt 3 to pass. So some people are like, Lamau, no events in May. That is probably not true. I'm pretty sure we won't have no events in May. And also technically there's no events that called out specifically starting in April. Though obviously Water Monster Crisis says it'll be late. I'm pretty sure that they are the whatchamacallit. Yes, Axe, they're all separate instances. The Super Recollection quests are just overtuned versions of the regular Recollection quest, which is just their story fight. Also, yes, so it seems like they skipped Big Chungus, and it's going to be Oberon, Morgan, and Woodwoes. Those can still probably be pretty awkward.
On one hand, I'm glad it's not the big fluff, but also I'm also like, why didn't they do the big fluff?
I think it was because they didn't know what to do. Like, it's the regular big fluff is already considered one of the toughest fights in the game. I think they may have just been like, we don't know how to make this harder. I do believe, actually, now that we're talking about it, I think I remember a couple of years ago when they started this process, people were like, hey, why isn't Konunos one of these fights? He's the fight I remember most from this event.
I vaguely recall this as well.
Yeah, it's one of those interesting little vibes. But yeah, no, you don't have to do them like back to back or all together. It's just that, like, I suspect a lot of people sat down when the update happened and were like, all right, let's do those recollection quests and those super recollection quests. And it's one of those things where they realize, 2 hours, 3 hours later, they were like, oh shit, that was a lot of work. Like, I started this process and it took me a while. If you want to, as we like to say, feel free to work everything at your own pace. Space it out, take breaks if you need to. It'll be fine. But yeah, to cycle back to the roadmap, I'm pretty sure the roadmap is calling out these events because they are tied into the Road to 7 campaigns, and thus you have to clear Lost Belts to get them. There will be other events that will happen in April and May, but they are not going to require the same level of story clearance, I believe. So that means that you don't need as much foreknowledge. I'm not exactly sure when Lost Belt 6.5 would drop. I think that will be late June or early July. No, it has to be late June because it'll have limited servants, so they have to make it take place before anniversary. So before July 4th weekend. But yeah, so like we will still get other events. It's just the roadmap is showcasing you specific events to let you know, hey, if you've just started FGO, or maybe you've started for a while but you're like not all the way caught up, here are the story gates you need to get through. Nothing's going to require, all that spice. I think to schedule up the 120 grind, you gotta either automate or you gotta have like very specific dedicated time to kill. And I think even the people who did do it for like 8 hours straight are still like, man, this sucks. This took a lot of time. Those people were probably doing it for a lot of hours, saying they get it done in a week. You have a day job, which presumably doesn't allow you to be on your phone all day. Okay, so 6.5 was right before Dog Chronicles. Well, this may be why you do not see anything for May, because it might be in May. Or it could be after May and be in June, and they're just pacing it out. But keep all that in mind, y'all. Anyway, that was our roadmap. That's all of our news. So, pretty decent spacing. There's a lot of stuff going on. We'll keep you updated with stuff. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
And yes, pleasantly surprised by a Charlemagne costume. Nice. Thumbs up.
I think it's great. It looks good, too.
Yeah, I don't know where the Grail Friend is. Did the Chad, double check this for me while we're moving on to mailbag. But did the BB Grail front have any story clearance requirements? Because yes, it is after Skelligrams, which means it is time for mailbag.
Oh, mailbag.
Okay, thank you. Solid and clear. All right. So yeah, they would not put an alert that that's coming because you don't. Well, probably wouldn't put an alert that it's coming. Anyway, mailbag.
Mailbag. All right, everybody. So it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Let's see here. Ooh, excuse me. So I'm just did one last refresh, and we got six lovely comments. We will get through them all eventually. I'm skipping this first one because technically that was me because in my adult sleep brain, I accidentally posted mailbag twice at 5 a.m. and I was like, and someone had posted on the wrong one, so I just copy pasted it over so it would not be missed. But because it's hours, I'm pretty sure that means that it's like it gets pushed to the top. So I was like, nay, I say. But yeah. Rob is in the chat saying, not a single person poked fun at a very mature audience. I'm only sure that only happened because someone mentioned it to me, and I said, if anyone pokes fun at this, I'm fucking quitting. I'm not doing this show today. It's like, I fired my shot early.
Yeah, you got out in front of it. And yes, I mean, you guys can scroll back up in patron chat. It wasn't that long ago. Yes, Robin said he was thinking of double posting like a goofus. But Lucky said his thing, and it was like, okay. The joke's not funny if you see it ahead of time. Robin will find a new way to bamboozle us. Sorry, chat.
Oh.
I'm like, I don't know why, but I feel like my brain is constantly humming fucking Yuffie's theme. Because we're getting a lot of mileage out of that in Rebirth. Just tucking it into places I wasn't expecting. It's very catchy. But yes, we have Slicks.
Alright, so this first one comes from the Tiger King prepping a team for competitive Pokemon with his Snail Dragon and Tinky Shield. Question, hey guys, with the passing of Toriyama, I wanted to ask, what was your favorite Dragon Ball movement / Toriyama illustrations? Also, Lucky, what are you looking forward to in the spring anime core? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way, and hope you have a great evening, and rip the goat, Toriyama.
Indeed, is very sad.
P.S. Going to an autograph session with the ENVA of Rin and was debating on whether Dean, UBW, or Fate Root Blu-ray should get signed. What's your opinion? Go Limited Blade Works. But for the Toriyama question, oh god, no, Toriyama has always done a lot of good illustrations.
So
a lot of people like think about the Dragon Ball, but the man had this weird talent for weird mechanical designs.
Yes,
you see them a lot more in in Dragon Ball and like Dr. Slump and all that stuff. But oh god, like no, a lot of the work where he just show
spaces in Dragon Ball Z though, yeah. But yeah, his mechanical style very distinct.
Yeah, but the no, I just like his pinup girls on weird bikes. It's just like I'm like that usually just lives in my head.
The bike thing is funny because I'm trying to remember where I heard it, but like I remember hearing a joke in like a podcast or a YouTube Let's Play or something that was like, you know, find you an artist who draws, you know, such and such. I don't remember what the gag was about, but it was like the way Akira Toriyama draws motorcycles.
Yeah,
because like he gets in the guts. Actually, I think it might even not have been a joke. It might have been a thing about Bizarre Podcast, Dogs Must Die, talking about some of the art styles in JoJo, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Like there is a certain attention to detail he had in specific areas, and a lot of people don't think about the mechanics that he did, but they're iconic. And obviously, like literally, somebody posted an image from, you know, some stuff. But I'm like, you know, robots from like Chrono Trigger and Dragon Quest and stuff. But like they have those Akira Toriyama lines, and you know what I mean when I say those Akira Toriyama lines. Like that's how prolific of an artist he was. And yeah, it's wild because like, first of all, the crazy thing is finding out from the announcement that it happened apparently about a week ago.
Yeah, it was March 1st.
Yeah, they were you know, holding it back, I guess, out of respect, which I can appreciate, but like it was very surprising, and you know, such an outpouring of appreciation on the internet. And like I'll be careful how I phrase this because we're being respectful. We've lost several goats in this industry, but it is interesting to see how much and how widespread Toriyama is, a little bit compared to when Kazuki Takahashi died not too long ago. That was also like a huge outpouring of like support from the fandom, but as iconic I think as Yu-Gi-Oh is, it is still not quite the same reaching as Akira Toriyama. Obviously, we want to talk about like his legacy with like, you know, Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger, like very connected to Square Enix. Seen a lot of the Square guys kind of like letting their thoughts out, right? But also just Dragon Ball is such a movement.
Well, it's just not even that. Like other mangaka have been like releasing stuff, like Oda from One Piece,
Kishimoto from Naruto.
Kishimoto from Naruto, just talking about like knowing this man, and like they like I think both of them were just like, I can't believe he's actually gone. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, he was a big inspiration to some of the guys who came after him. You know, like, and I do think it is fair to say that works like Naruto and One Piece were kind of like not quite picking up the torch per se, but like they're the generation after Dragon Ball. They're coming in, being inspired by him, and continuing the same way that you're going to get guys now who are inspired by like Naruto, etc. Being inspired by One Piece is weird because it's not over yet, but you know, I'm sure there are people who are out there, you know. So yeah, it's wild to think of like all these things adding up. And like I said, talking about, you know, fandoms that are closer to our hearts, there were like huge wakes basically in Final Fantasy XIV. You know, talking about how Toriyama is well known and connected to Square. And obviously, like we said, Dragon Ball itself is also such a huge cultural phenomena. You know, to talk a little on my personal experience, I'm not like a Dragon Ball Z diehard. When I was a kid, I was kind of like hipster about it because it was the anime that everybody liked, and I was like, nah, man, I like the stuff that's on Adult Swim. I like Full Metal Alchemist and Inuyasha. Fuck you. I got over that, obviously. But I wasn't like as sucked into it as a kid, but I do also remember playing the old like Budokai games with my friends on the PS2, you know? Like, even though I wasn't a huge fan of the series, I was still plugged in. And later growing up, I really learned to appreciate that like Dragon Ball's not perfect. There's a lot of issues it has both as a manga and as an anime, you know? But I, you know, I watched all of DBZ Kai when they decided to re-release it, and like old school Dragon Ball being much more comedic focused and much more obvious in it just being Journey to the West is like there's a lot of stuff there, and it's such a wide reacher that you can't say that it doesn't have cultural impact, right? Like, you know, it was such an influence on the genre and the medium that it's hard to say that it wasn't like impactful and iconic, and it's impactful and iconic to a lot of people. Dragon Ball Z very popular in Japan, obviously. Like a lot of people are retweeting a Japanese commercial for the Kakarot game that came out not too long ago.
Oh yeah, no, I remember seeing that.
Like, which is just, you know, showing all the different people in Japan who love Dragon Ball. Obviously, Dragon Ball Z is super important over here. Like, that's a super, you know, iconic part of American, you know, anime fandom in a lot of circles. I've seen a lot of people talking about busting out the Dragon Ball Z button-ups. But also, if you don't know somehow, Dragon Ball Z is huge in Latin America. Like, they really love it. I believe there have been people bringing up the time that, that, like, Dragon Ball Z has been technically, like, illegally streamed to stadiums in Mexico. And nobody gave a shit. That's how hot it is over there, right? Like,
right.
It's a almost like global mourning period for a talented and respected man. And I have heard stories and even seen a couple of quote tweets of a few people trying to maybe clout chase a little. They're being obliterated right now. Listen, if you have some critiques for the man, that's fine. Just after the announcement that he's died suddenly is not the place to tuck it. That is the worst time to pick on those scabs because people will bounce you. And yes, Akira Toriyama has a very specific way of drawing evil women that I greatly appreciated.
Yes.
There was the like rando, you know, ultimate evil lady in the Xenoverse games is like super great design. I know that one of the state ministries in China like made a statement like
yeah, it was the foreign affairs.
Yeah, like that's how global this man's reach was. I know that China and Japan don't get along real great lately, ever, TBH, but you know what I mean. But like, even the Chinese government has to be like, wow, that sucks, man. Respect.
As for like favorite Dragon Ball movements, bruh.
There's so many iconic shots. Like DBZ, basically, I want to say invented beam struggles. I don't feel like I've seen a beam struggle that dates earlier to DBZ.
I generally don't know.
God, obviously the Super Saiyan transformation is so iconic. Future Trunks is like another shot that like so many people like have been talking about. You know, like, man, when Future Trunks showed up, that was the coolest, right? Like, so many good shots. Hell, even back in the Dragon Ball days, you know, defeating King Piccolo by literally flying through him. Iconic. So much good stuff.
Oh god, like talking about Dragon Ball, I just remember when fucking Master Roshi was trying to teach a Kamehameha wave and Son Goku just does it like this little one. He's like, yeah! And Master Roshi's just like, what the fuck, kid?
Oh, yeah. And obviously, like, where the manga actually ended, the end of the Cell saga with Gohan versus Cell, like, the two-person Kamehameha visual, like, that shot is so iconic, they've kept remaking it, you know? Like, nah, man. Simply iconic.
Like, I honestly can't think. Like, I'm racking my brain over all the things that made me go, fuck yeah, as a kid, and there's just too many.
And it still had the yokes. Well, not to rush our respect, but there is a second part to this question, asking if you're looking forward to anything in the spring anime core.
Oh, yeah, there's totally stuff in there. We got our third season of Reincarnated as a Slime. Looking forward to that. The next part of Misfit of Demon King Academy, that should be pretty good. I want to be hype about Kaiju number 8, but there's some weird shit happening there.
Yeah,
with marketing and stuff. So
I've heard a few things, yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but, you know, I like the manga.
Chance continue.
Fucking finally getting our remake of Spice and Wolf. I'm super hyped for this.
I remember they announced that a while ago.
Yeah, no, I'm like super hyped for that.
Nice.
That is one of the few like LN series I own the entirety of. I have like all 21 volumes of that. Oh, Spice and Wolf is so good. It's so good. Give me that shit. We got Layback Camp series season 3, so you know, comfy camping vibes. Oh, fun fact, the audiobook for Spice and Wolf was narrated by the English VA for Lawrence, so that's pretty good. Except, unfortunately, he can't do the Horo voice that well. I kind of wish they had gotten the Ian voice for the good wise wolf. That would have been peak. That would have been the peak.
Yeah, I know that raises budgeting a little bit, but that is kind of nice when you do kind of the back and forth kind of thing for some of that. I know a few pieces that are I've had some audiobooks in my time as an audiobook enjoyer.
Also, let's see here. Season 3 of The Duke of Death and His Maid. Does wholesome romantic comedy stuff. An Archdemon's Dilemma, How to Love Your Elf Bride. I'm super excited for that. Another one, I don't own all of the books, as I haven't been buying my books since I've lost my fucking job, but that's another one that I buy the light novels immediately. Oh. We have Blue Archive the animation. I want to be excited about this, but I also kind of don't know what this is going to be about. Yes, you can pay me in light novels. Go for it. I literally have a fucking one of my Amazon wish lists. It's private. It's just the light novels on where I am on my next one.
Yeah, I got lists of that stuff. Oh, I have to say this because I've just remembered, and also it's very funny. Speaking of sending and giving people things, Lucky, immediately after you logged off of Helldivers, Loth's like, darn, I was gonna ask Lucky if this weekend is a good time for him to send the thing.
I have no money.
That's fair, yes, but it's just like I said, it's a funny time to be reminded of that. But yes, international shipping.
Well, if I can, maybe I'll try if I can. I guess I don't actually know how much it's gonna fucking cost, so.
Yeah, like I said, it was funny because Loth said he was gonna ask, and then literally only remembered the moment, you left. He was like, darn. And then I told him, well, we'll be recording Let's Like FGO and stuff, and working on things tomorrow, so maybe it'll come up.
Let's see, what was there any other one? Okay, I didn't know this. I didn't know Remonster was getting a fucking anime. Monster has a special place in my heart because it was one of the first fucking, oh god, I guess I want to call it fucking like lit RPG, like isekai fucking harem fantasy power novels I ever fucking read. It's just like it's like that's what got like that's one of the novels that got me started on my junk food binge of fucking isekai fucking gamelit novels. Ugh. So I'll see how that goes on. That could be good. There's more here that might be pretty good, but I gotta be. Also, I don't know who's getting what anymore.
Ah, yes, the great damaging of our time.
It's like I'm still watching plenty of stuff on Crunchyroll, but I always forget to check things on like Netflix and High Dive, like constantly.
I'm gonna log into Netflix because I'm like a couple weeks behind on Delicious in Dungeon, and I'm gonna get fucking blasted by like 4 new things to watch I didn't even know existed.
Yeah. So, no, there's plenty of things I am interested in watching. I just gotta. Fuck, you know what I need? I need an app that tells me that. I need an app that says what's coming out, its release date, and what's fucking streaming it. That's what I need.
God, yeah, just like a little collection. Like, I know video games have a lot of like charts and spreadsheets for that kind of shit where they're like, okay, here's the release date coming out on these platforms. Just listing them by month and stuff. Anime needs that shit.
It does.
Because, like, once upon a time, you know, obviously you would only hear about new anime coming out because it would be, you know, hitting localization, right? It'd be being translated into English and sent out, like, on Toonami or Adult Swim or whatever. Or, you know, I mean, this is the thing, to go back to the Dragon Ball conversation, this is the thing I've also heard a lot of people talking about how, especially in non-English markets, but even sometimes in America, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z were kind of, like, mythical, because if you guys don't know, there were several different Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z dubs over the years, often through different companies, until we kind of like settled down on Funimation as kind of the definitive dub. But like, when we were really young, you know, I would find out about shit like, you know, Digimon or Yu-Gi-Oh being on because I would happen to tune into like Kids WB or Fox Kids on a Saturday morning, and just I would see a new show. You know, like that. So we advanced far enough that like you now actually get these kinds of announcements and news plugged in, but nobody's quite getting my micromanage joy on this to keep track of all my releases. And I don't really want to build a calendar myself of releases upcoming.
Well, put that in the tank, I guess. Anyway, that was just our first one. We still got plenty to go.
Yep. Any chart. Okay, I'll look that up.
Yeah, no, I do use I use AniChart myself, but it's one of those things that like it doesn't have everything. It's just usually it has most of it. So, this next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, "Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week, just send good vibes. Wah 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 wah. And wishing you well. Keep up the great work. P.S. Friendly reminder for anyone in the country that follows daylight saving. Clomp jump forward an hour this weekend, so daily resets will be an hour later starting on Sunday. Woo. I cannot contain my excitement." So, moving on. Coming up next, Remembering a Legend. Dear Lucky Omega, with Toriyama Sensei no longer with us, what works of his stuck with you the most? To everyone, he is regarded as the one who gave life to a phenomena, and he will be missed. Oh god, man, like trying to think of something like
the thing that stuck me. I have to be honest, even though, like I said, I wasn't a DBZ diehard. I think it is Dragon Ball Z, if only because like passion for that, both as a youth and then growing up, was like that influenced the Team 4-Star guys to make, you know, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, which has had a huge influence on my own personal humor over the years.
Yeah, like god, yeah, like I'm just trying to think of all the stuff that I've seen, like Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Chrono Trigger, Sandland, you know, just the like Dragon Quest. Honestly, I think the one that probably got me the most was actually Dragon Quest. What was it? 7 Journey of the Cursed King. Like, because I wasn't actually that good with I thought Dragon Ball Z was cool, but like again, like even as a kid, I was always just kind of like, I was kind of like, this is just a lot of guys just screaming at each other. So, Like, I thought it was cool. It didn't really move me, but I played Dragon Quest 8 Journey to Cursed King, or was it 8 or 7? I can't remember.
Let me look it up. Dragon Quest series. Show me those subtitles, baby.
It's 8. It's 8. Yeah, no, I got the marriage ending. I played the shit out of Dragon Quest 8. It was just.
I mean, I just want to say, I'm looking at the years. That would be the year for it. That's the peak year. That game came out in 2004.
It's like.
Also, again, speaking of the timeline, the original Dragon Quest released as Dragon Warrior in North America, 1986. Our latest entry, Dragon Quest 12, we don't know when it's coming out, but it will happen. Most previously, 11 was 2017. Like, that's such a long span, and like Toriyama was involved with that stuff. He was there, a lot of their concept artists, and they got side games. Also, I wanted to double check, but yeah, that Sandland video game isn't out yet. It's going to be released in April. I strongly suspect that, like a lot of art does, the game will sell quite a lot because people will be very interested in, his works. And I don't know how accessible Sandland is in like the West.
It was I only know of Sandland because it was one of the titles in the North American Shonen Jump titles. I think it was like in one of the first, actually.
Okay, so it was serialized in Jump over here? Okay, then some people know it. Though, Jump in America is very weird. Like, first of all, it was very behind with stuff. I remember, I think I still own my Shonen Jump from when I was a kid in, like, 2005 or something, when they actually finally published the last chapter of Dragon Ball Z. But, yeah, that's... I'm glad that it did get then officially published over here. That's good. But, yeah, that video game will be interesting. And we've got another Budokai Tenkaichi in it.
He's just not regular royalty. He's fucking super royalty. Oh, God. And the thing I think I loved most about 8 was that the fact that the main character could never get cursed. Literally could never get cursed. Was just, from the beginning of the game, immune to curses. And it is a never explained until you get to the fucking true ending. And it's just like...
That's very funny.
Yeah. And it's like how he was able to survive like all the bad shit happening and stuff. And it's just not talked about until you get the special ending. I'm just like, oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Square, I don't want to like tell you what to do. You guys are managing your own business very well, but I've just looked up this game, and its latest port was for 3DS.
Like, also the other thing, like the like this was because it was completely inspired by fucking Dragon Ball Z, but Dragon Quest 8 had something called a tension. You can do something called a tension up, and you just stand a turn to power yourself up. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, but everyone could like do it like 2 or 3 times, but the MC could do it one more extra time, and if he did, he literally went fucking Super Saiyan, like fucking golden hair and everything. I was like, yes! You combine that shit with like fucking Giga Slash, it is the sickest fucking thing ever.
Boy, wow.
Oh, was it purple hair? I forgot.
I'm actually saying this is very surprising that, like I said, this game hasn't had a like... I know Square's kind of like up and down on HD ports, but like the release of 8 was very big at the time. They talk about there was a special celebration they held in Shibuya at a Starbucks. They gave out little toy slimes. The then president of Square Enix, Yoichi Wada, was there. Also, Dragon Quest 11 came with a demo disc for Final Fantasy 12 and released internationally. Dragon Quest 8 got a 5 out of 5 from XPlay, which says a lot because it's a JRPG. Damn, dude, 89 on PS2. Yo, Square, where's my Square? Could you do like a Dragon Quest collection? I need to do those pixel remasters. Could you hook a brother up? Like, I've never been a big Dragon Quest guy.
Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, me neither. I only have 8. I have 8, a couple of the DS ones, and was that 10 or 11? I can't remember.
11's the latest one, so probably that one. I think you've mentioned 11 before. But yeah, it's a franchise that now I'm like, man, I feel like I've missed something out of this series, and obviously Toriyama is not the sole creator of that, but he was their key artist for many years.
Yeah, no, I can gush about 8 for a while. Yeah, there's an image, but yeah, no, his hair goes up. Fucking, he magically loses his bandana somehow.
Yeah, I've had to say, because he's got a bandana in the key art, and it's like, that's honestly, that's cooler than just regularly going Super Saiyan. We also magically remove his bandana. His bandanas are also cool.
Nah. You're just such a good, humble boy, and then you're just all like... And you're like, I will destroy everything. Get you a man who can do both.
I'm just thinking of a great... I mean, it's a reused quote, so it's very funny. But in Xenoverse, there are a lot of these little quests, and there's a moment where like you're doing the fight with Frieza, where Goku goes Super Saiyan, and his line is in that game is recorded as, "Are you talking about Krillin? How dare you talk about Krillin?" And he just beats the shit out of Frieza. Like, good vibes. Got some great stuff. Oh. Speaking, by the way, of Toriyama's mechanical designs, though, Sandland will feature a big tank, a desert.
Oh
tank.
yeah, no,
it's got a little Engie face on it.
Oh man, like Lucky will forever love like, you know, big, busty, beautiful anime women. But God, when a mangaka can get me with the fucking mechanical design, it just hits me right there. Like, because that's like Akira Toriyama. Oh, great. Raita actually does like a lot of mechanical design on the slides. Well, he actually has a few art books on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah,
like,
this is the thing that people don't realize because they're too distracted by Salvaria's tits. But hey, Raita was the artist for all of VC.
Yeah,
including
no,
drawing working on the tank designs and stuff. Which VC tanks, very good,
very good,
very like distinct lines and stuff. Like them a lot.
Yeah, but like great, you know, guy who did Trinity Bioorg and Air Gear, their designs fucking...
Air Gear's got some slapper of... I mean, you would expect that from a manga that is about like super powerful rollerblades, but like there's some real good shit in there. You know, talking about like mechanical designers, Yuji Shinkawa, very distinct, you know.
Oh god, no,
artist,
definitely.
Like very specific stuff.
Robin being like, "Oh shit, Air Gear mentioned." Yeah, I remember. I remember that.
God, it's been years. I need to reread Air Gear again. I fucking love Air Gear. It's so weird, but like it is that stereotype about anime and manga, but like it's crazy to go through these moments of like, yeah, it's about super you know, physics defying rollerblades. How does that work? Well, let's see. It starts with, like, grinding on rails, and it goes into, through the power of Air Gear, I will accelerate time.
So wild.
Or, you know, when it turns into a battle anime, oh, I'm called, you know, Agito of the fucking, you know, blood, because I'm gonna, like, kick you with rollerblades, and they're gonna look like shark bites. Ah! God, it's so over the top, and it's excellent. God, I need to reread that sometime. It's great. Art is art, y'all.
It's great. I love it.
Good works. Actually, it's a good question. I should double check who some of the key artists for some Gundam franchises have been as well. There's some I've mentioned this before. The original Mobile Suit Gundam, the art designs and the way they do the animation is a little chunky. It's a little blocky. Like some of the motions of the mobile suits is a little rubbery, for lack of a better word, because like it's literally the 70s, but like those have some real iconic choreography, and when you take those designs and update them, like 8th MS team looks so good, y'all. Appreciate artists.
Appreciate. All right, with that though, let us move on.
A few more.
Next one comes from Dragon Girl getting a mech for democracy. Good afternoon. What are your thoughts on FGO getting a Romat, even though we know what's coming down the line? Have a great day. Your role is grand and commit friendly fire using a laser beam from Ormit. Democracy. Haha, joke's on you. I think I've used the orbital laser like once. I'm like, nah, this ain't me. I'm all about that orbital rail strike, baby. And almost everything. Almost. You need 2 to take out a fucking tank or a fucking Bile Titan.
Hey, it still does a decent chunk of the work.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the roadmap? I mean, obviously, we say we know it's coming, but then we also get in a titter when Albert and the rest of the crew bamboozles us with an announcement. I think it's good giving like rough time frames for stuff, and especially I think it is important in this time period where the road to 7, they really do try to like ramp up getting you to complete story further and further. Just because the story is really good and important, it's part of, you know, the game progressing, that like letting you know months ahead of time, like, hey, here's where you have to keep going to get your, you know, your next bit, right? It's important. And like you said, it's still good to keep track of some of those months, because like with the way our anniversary works, we don't always know what order stuff will come out in, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And just in general, I like roadmaps and, you know, alerts and patch notes and stuff like that. Like, I like knowing all the information ahead of time. It's good. It's good for
I
planning.
do too. Like I said, I do like being able to plan ahead, even if it's just a little bit. Let's see here. So, moving on. This next one comes from Guhulian God, who says, "This past week I recently finished a book series, known as Leviathan Trilogy, a retelling of World War I blending fact and fiction. And long story short, based on what I have learned, it's been interesting to have Nikola Tesla play any sort of role in the Tunguska event, because apparently it's a popular but proven false rumor that the idea was Tesla was responsible for the Tunguska event during a transmitter test. Guys, you don't know, there's a lot of wild stories about Tesla back in the day. Like, a lot. There's a few,
ray, the earthquake machine.
Transmittable energy.
Yeah,
There's like conspiracy theories out there about, you know, the government was trying to like keep him down.
Yeah, that's one I've used before in my own fiction writing, that like the government seized like Tesla's labs after he died. And technically that may have happened, but like I think it was just probably in a normal way that he was probably working on some classified shit.
Yeah, but no, like FJ Tesla is underutilized, I want to say.
Yeah, they tucked him in a couple of times. I feel like he's more used as like part of the greater fate metaphor of like, hey, look at this thing. This thing used to be like magical, mystical. Now I just do it. I just shoot lightning. I do want to say they probably didn't include him directly in the Tunguska event, because the Tunguska Sanctuary does have a line very early that is like, where Gordolf is just straight up like, oh yeah, no, we investigated it. It very definitely wasn't anything supernatural or weird. The actual explosion part, just normal stuff. So like I feel like the writers knew that there was some stuff there, but the actual story is about meteor strikes and, you know, angry ghosts of dead animals. So that would not necessarily fit the tone they're going for.
I was like, this event was very non-magical, but we need to make it weird. And made it weird. They did.
Yeah, I think I've heard of the Leviathan trilogy before. I need to. Not that again, I don't need more in my backlog, but I should check it out sometime.
Mentioning fucking like alternative tales, it just makes me think of Her Majesty's Dragon.
Yeah, that's a series I sadly only got a few books in, but really liked.
Honestly, it gets a little weird after the first few books, but just Her Majesty's Dragon, and like just the first book is just such a crystallization of like, man, I love dragons.
No, it's good. And it's, if you don't know, Her Majesty's Dragon is a series that is about, imagine the Napoleonic War, but instead of, actually I should say, it is the Napoleonic War times, but imagine the genre of what we call wooden ships and iron men, like shit like Master and Commander, a little bit pirate movies and stuff like that, but like British naval officers on boats, you know, being hard, noble, dignified men. But instead of a boat, you have a motherfucking dragon.
Well, you know, you still have boats, but there's like boats and dragons.
Instead of it being set on a boat, it's like, what if we had dragons that also did this role? And like, you know, you have a whole team, a crew, and just lots of that crazy world building stuff.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
If that sounds cool to you, please look up Her Majesty's Dragon by Naomi Novik.
Yep.
It's very good.
Yeah, I should sometime get around to. There's a couple of series that I started when I was younger that I couldn't go through because of just like waiting for publishing or library availability. I read the first couple of Her Majesty's Dragon. I think I technically own. Yeah, I see it right now. Throne of Jade. I've got the second one on my shelf because I bought it as a cheap secondhand paperback from my library. But I read the first book in the Skullduggery Pleasant series, which is honestly kind of a pretty typical YA like urban fantasy boilerplate story. A girl gets involved in a world full of magic and mystery all of a sudden. But her mentor, who's named Skullduggery Pleasant, he's been cursed so that he's a skeleton man. That's why he's called Skullduggery. He's like got no skin, so he walks around as a skeleton and shit. And it's like it just had that kind of like slightly, you know, macabre tongue-in-cheek tone that I really liked. Also, I am a sucker for urban fantasy, but like again, where one of your major supporting characters is I'm literally a skeleton. I'm like a guy, but I got turned into a skeleton. Like that's a good hook. And I think there were like 9 of them, and I only like ever read the first one. I think I read it like after it first came out too. Books be like it.
I don't know why fucking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth music goes so hard. I'm on the battle version of the stamp theme right now. I'm just all like, this goes so hard!
I know. They didn't have to turn the stamp theme into a banger, but then they did. And then they were like, wait, hold on. Double bangers. 2 dogs for the price of 1. Oh, shit, it's 11. Everybody, you're logging into FGO. I didn't realize because I was literally in the middle of clicking buttons, but the time rolled over.
Bow, wow, wow, bow, wow, wow. That's in my head now.
He's a good boy who never stops.
Oh, God, I can understand what this soundtrack... I need to talk up to Uematsu and his entire team and just be like, guys, I love this, but why? Why have you done this?
I mean, yeah, I would honestly, talking to Uematsu wouldn't even be the thing, because, like, obviously I think he oversaw some of it and he composed, like, the main themes, but...
Well, that's why I say his team.
Yeah, but, I mean, he doesn't work at Square directly anymore. It's mostly, like, Square's modern composers are like, okay, Uematsu-san, he gave us some blueprints, we've got some bangers from the 90s. What can we do to make this the most goated soundtrack of all time? And they're just like...
Actually, who is the main composer? Who is the...
I think they've got, like... Remake had, like, 4 different composers they split the workload in. I don't know if it's the same even division for Rebirth, but, like... Hey, do you need a choir for Genova?
Looks like Masashi Hamauzu and Misutsu Suzuki. Let me see if I can find out some work here.
But yeah,
this guy was trained. Hamauzu was trained by Uematsu. Let's see here. He did work on the OG7. Let's see here. And Mitsu Suzuki. Looks like he is a bit newer to it, but did work on Remake and...
But yeah, the Remake soundtrack goes, like, unreasonably hard. And, like, I note in my mind when I'm like, oh, this was a track that was in Remake, but it's like... But also I forgive them because they have all this new shit that's really good. Like, it's funny that, like... You know, you go through the whole boat thing and you're like, oh, you know, we never really got quite an appropriate remix of, what's the track called? I think it's like, is it Steady on Your Feet or Unsteady on Your Feet? Something like that. But there's a very, like, jaunty, almost comical theme that plays when you do the boat ride originally, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get that same effect with the normal Shinra number 8 soundtrack. But I have heard that jaunty tune playing when doing the Proto-Relic side quest with the Cactuars. When you're forced to do the funny pose, they play that like, they get all jaunty, and I'm just like, oh, this is perfect. Chef's kiss. No notes. And we've both, you've talked a couple of places about it, and I'll bring it up again. The just Mount Coral's music just being like, oh, well, you're having another, like, fun, cool time hanging out with Aerith again. Do we need another, like, fucking unreasonable banger? Yes.
It's like, I don't know why mountain climbing is done to, like, electro dance, but here we fucking are.
Yeah, it's, like, unreasonably, like, 80s electro pop as well, because there's, like, a lot of guitars in there, too. Like, just, like... I at one point I was like climbing up the cliff and I'm like, are they filming another Top Gun out here? Like, it's so good. And I mentioned it before, but you know, Lucky pre-warned me. But the Genova remix we had earlier in the game, very strong. Like, they add the choir is really good. A lot of the boss themes are really tight, and they keep it subtle when they need to. Like, I you know, just minding my own business, wandering around North Coral, and then, you know, the music just kind of, like, creeps in at a couple points, and you're like, yeah, this is the original track.
Just how we have fucking regional variants on all the fucking main themes, then we have the fucking variants on the Chocobo themes. I'm just like, stop it!
Yeah, we have different Chocobo themes, we have different versions of On Your Way. The Costa del Sol music, like, flows perfectly, because that was already beach as fuck. And, like, I've already heard from the people who were further ahead of me in the game that, like, I will not be let down by Cosmo Canyon. Which is good, because, like, a Cosmo Canyon and the other theme, I forget what it's actually called. But you know the one, chat. It's the sad version. Those are like some of the strongest emotional through lines, other than a particular use of Aerith's theme. But we'll fucking see what happens in the Forgotten Capital. I'm like 60 hours from being there, which is a funny thing to say when I am 40 hours into this video game, and I'm like, oh, I know I'm so far away.
I mean, I've double checked it. I might have I know the game stops counting time in some areas, but I'm over the 90-hour mark. I'm close to the end. I have reached all Reavens, explored them, and now I am looking for the Temple of the Ancients. So I'm getting there, but
it's
boy,
like a
howdy.
1-2 punch. But yeah, no, there's a lot going on. Well, we'll discuss some of that later.
But we have one more, last but definitely not least. This one comes from Agent 418, who says, "Hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good weekend, y'all. P.S. It's also my spawn day today. Time for some Korean barbecue with the family." Man, I do love me some Korean barbecue.
Well, happy spawn day to you.
Yeah, happy spawn day. But now you got me thinking about Korean barbecue, which is quite good. I'm pretty sure we can find a Korean barbecue place in fucking the Singularity War. Claymore's going for Korean barbecue. I will live vicariously through Claymore.
Hell, I think you guys have I just think it was some kind of Asian barbecue. It might have been specifically Korean barbecue that's like a couple floors up from the Ball Joint Club.
Maybe.
Pretty sure that was. It's been a while since you guys went back there. You made this whole big show of like building alliances there, and haven't popped back in.
Well, that was fucking more Dallas's thing, but Dallas is actual ADD.
Correct.
I just maybe wanted to steal their special droids or win them. Something.
He's got a lot of stuff going on, but yeah. All right. Well, thank you for your pleasant wishes. I believe that is wrappus upus the mailbagus.
Yep, that wraps us up there.
All right, that means it's time for free talk. It'll be briefer than mailbag, but it won't be that brief. I did quote say White Day final impressions. It's probably not that. He's still working on story. Overall, I think that the story was fun. To kind of give my 5-minute review, the story was fun. I think we had some interesting concepts here and there. Obviously the references to They Live, and it's funny that they talk about the event being about the bespectacled intellectuals, and there are actually some they talk about logic puzzles and mind games and stuff. There's some very interesting storytelling, and the concept works very good, very classic speculative fiction, but yeah, there's a lot of logic to it. But also there are parts I feel are a little wordy. The obviously this is a franchise that comes from visual novel routes, and we've had some very big story chapters, but there are times when I feel the gameplay to reading ratio is the ratio is very, very high. They're very far apart, and it's okay, that's cool. I almost feel I don't know if they feel obligated to stick in battles every day, but I feel some of these could have just been no battle pips, and we could have just focused all in on the reading. But it's but no, there's a fight hidden in here somewhere. But still, lots of cool concepts, very interesting. I like it a lot, and I think they do a decent job of at least giving a nod to all the different characters they show up. There's 15 of them, so it's spread out, but they do a decent job. Let me know your thoughts on the event in the comments below. That said, this does mean that because we record next on the 15th, which is the calendar day that the Lotto event starts, by the time that this episode is public to everybody, it will have already started. So I decided to tuck a quick Tesla Fez pregame into this show.
Ta-da!
It will be brief because this is another, X-Fest, Neurofez, Gilfez type of Lotto event. So those are very minimal on main story nodes. Most of their difficulty comes in other stuff we're going to talk about later, and you don't have to worry about, story time gates most of the time. So this will be brief, but there are a few things to note. It does require LB1 cleared, as we mentioned earlier, so, if you are a newer player who's not caught up, take advantage of that quarter AP. Now, as you might expect, there are 3 main story quests. There's an epilogue, a final boss, or a prologue, a final boss, then an epilogue kind of a thing. Normal stuff. This is formatted like Neurofests and other battles in New York past. So there's going to be what they call tournament quests. These are basically free quests. They're your farming quests. There are 5 levels per section. They have 3 sections. They rotate every week. The bosses are all posted in a graphic. So, like, you should be able to look up easily by looking up the news, like, who's in each squad. There'll be many funny jokes about their names. Now, I will warn you, in a departure from how we usually do these things, most of these classes are not, or several of these nodes, I should say, are not monoclass. They have a couple of other classes tucked in there, and it's not like mixed berserkers, so you may need to do some team building there and some lookup. Also, the highest level of each round, the 5th version of the quest, is not 333. They're not universally this, but they're all over the place. I think the final one is like 313, but you've got one that's like 123, another that's like 233, or is like 213. Actually, no, I think the first one is 133, and then the second one is like 213, and then the last one is like 313. But yeah, it's like, no, I don't think it's, actually, no, I think the last one might be 2. There might only be 2 guys in the last node. It's 2 bosses. So they get screwy in the third one. That's only if you want to do maximum over farming. The next level node is like, the 4th one is 333, so you should be able to do that easily. That said, this is an event that only requires Lost Belt 1 to be cleared. All your levels, your bosses cap out at around 180k HP, and there is a damage CE, so you should be able to work with this. The big thing to keep in mind, the toughest part, is going to be what we're calling the Tesla Cup. These come in Mega Coil and Giga Coil variety. And these are essentially our exhibition quests, and if you haven't played a Neurofest or Battle in New York to know what an exhibition quest is, basically, you know challenge quests, guys? Imagine if we had 7 of those. Imagine if we have 7 of those twice. This is exhibition quests. Now, the Tesla Cup has special rules, in addition to the normal exhibition quest, you know, crushing your balls type stuff. First, you can't use friend supports. None of that. There's some of them do have, like, story support. Number 2, if you use one servant in a Tesla Cup match, you cannot use them again in the same cup unless you reset your clear status. So it's like a mini, like, Setsubun or Tower event as well. Once you use a guy for that set of Tesla Cup quests, they are out. It doesn't count, obviously, if you abandon the quest or lose. But once a team comp goes in, you're locked in. So don't assume that you can double Castoria everything. This event is double Castoria proof and double Koyan proof, unless you use of Light and of Dark. And even then, you can only do that once. You can reset your clear status at any time. You only get the rewards once. You can do them in any order except for the 7th quest. That you have to complete all the 6 previous quests. So you can do the 6 in any order, but you have to. Oh, no, these are all new. The Tesla quest cup is new. Also, you'll be able to redo the previous 2 Battle in New York quests. At least I'm pretty sure some of these are new. They're like, there's a mix and match here. Like, one of them is crabs with high level difficulty. But also, you can just play the previous Battle in New York here. Those are also in there, which still give you the mats and ticket rewards. So, like, you've got 2 previous years' worth of challenge quests and some new ones popping up. Now, I do want to say, enemy info is displayed ahead of time. So you can look at who the enemy actually is in the quest and get tips ahead of time so you can plan ahead. But, and you can do them in any order. But yeah, you need to, like, actually do some pre-planning for this to work out. I'm not going to do an extensive walkthrough because that is literally all those fights are. So if you're going to look them up, you can look them up. If you're going to go in blind, you can go in blind. But as I joked about earlier, I don't have your specific servant support set up. There's only so much I can do for you. That said, the first 6 only drop mats, not, summon tickets or anything. The primary one is that the 7th one in each, the Mega and Giga Coil, gives you a crystallized lore. Though there are other crystallized lores in this event, but if you need a lot of crystallized lores, you got to go all the way to the end of the Tesla Cup. The way these work, by the way, is the Mega Cup is unlocked when you clear the prologue. The Giga Coil Cup is only unlocked when you clear the epilogue. So you got to go all the way to the end. And like I said, you can still do previous year's Battle in New York quests for mats and tickets as well. But what you all probably care about in general, though I'm sure many of you will be trying those exhibition quests just to see how many you can get done. Lotto! Because this is a Lotto event. We got a Lotto in March. Isn't it nice? So, if this is your first time experiencing a Lotto event, you're going to clear quests to get raffle tickets. They're one of your 4 types of drop currency. You spend your raffle tickets in the lottery. Boxes 1 through 10 have grand prizes. You need to obtain the grand prize before you can reset the box. Once you get to 11, you can only reset once you go through all of them, and can roll 100 at a time. The prize for box 1 through 5 is the damage CE, so all 5 copies of the damage CE are there. Box number 6 is a lore, and 7 through 10 are gold foes. The boxes also contain a cosmic metal special currency, which will get you some extra stuff in the store, but they contain skill gems, all of them, all the skill gems, EXPs, MP, apples, QP, FP, and mats such as bones, proofs, gunpowder, lanterns, and stand arrows. That's right. Bones, gunpowder, hero proofs, and stand arrows. That's another bronze mat. I feel like I usually have enough ghost lanterns, but I could see that also being a problem. I'm mostly here for the unending wave of bones and skill gems. But there are also currency drops. You can get these normal store stuff from them, the technically 4, but you don't drop cosmic metals. So the store contains 4 copies of the Lotto Drop CE. There's no 5th copy in the store. You gotta hope for a fucking drop, because this is a quest literally from the past, I guess. Seriously, you can put multiple crystallized lures in a shop. You can't just put the 5th copy in the shop. I don't know what's going on here. But it will also have regular foes. There are 3 extra lures in the shop as well. So, like, even without doing the Tesla Cup twice, you have access to 4 lures. If you get all of the lures, you're gonna get, like, 7, because I think there's also a CQ in this. I think it might just be the normal, like, Tesla Cups, but, like, that's 6 or 7 crystallized lures. There's a lot of lures here if you want to bust your balls. And if you don't want to bust your balls, there's still, like, 4. You can also get mats like spinal fluid, stakes, god balls or spiritron orbs, small bells, silver crowns, reactor cores, egg, snake gem, reverse shells. Cosmic eggs are always very popular. Archer Rider and Assassin statues of both types, and specifically your cosmic metals, in addition to being one of the ways you can get lures. That will be how you access all 3 command codes, how you access all your normal code unlockers, and also can be exchanged for 500k QP a pop. So lots of even more QP if you're rolling out your lotto boxes. Also, the store contains code unlock or costume tickets for Odysseus to unlock his Aegis mode all around, so you can put his Hemlet on. This event will also come with Tesla and Edison rank ups, to get him there. Nero's costumes are going to be added to the Prism shop. And your banners should be Odysseus and Nero and Tesla plus Edison. So if you don't have any of those guys, it's a pretty good spike. I do know that some people have still missed Odysseus after this latest round of White Day, so you should get a second attempt soon. And yeah, it's a Lotto event. Obviously, there will be... I feel like our Discord will be lit up with the challenge quests all the time, especially because you can do all 7 of the Mega Coil right away. So, like, people will be yelling back and forth. Feel free to hop on our Discord and share strats and stuff. But yeah, it's a Lotto that's mostly skill gem focused with a decent number of bronze mats. All the usual suspects: bones, spinal fluid, gunpowder, stakes. Even got a few of the newer ones. Fucking small bells and stand arrows are also still a pain in the ass. So should be a good time. And I know that there are some people who were not playing the game back when you got hero proofs literally for free, because that was what you got every time you logged in. I still have 500, but I know some of you started playing the game since they changed up how our mat logins work, so you also may need some hero proofs as well. That shit's in there, you can get a few of them on the Lotto itself. So, like, yeah, no, it's just a time, and it'll start the 15th, so you got about a week to be ready to Lotto. But yeah, that, I think, is gonna bring Chaldea Free Talk to an end. I mean, it's time for Whipsip.
Whipsip.
Like I said, I said earlier we would leave any Rebirth talk that wasn't us incidentally gushing until the end. So that means we should probably talk about Helldivers, or maybe drop a note, because I put this in the show notes, that a Stellar Blade demo appears to have leaked.
I would say leaked, but...
Leaked is maybe the wrong word, but, like, it was up on PSN, on PS Store. It is now no longer on the PS Store.
It wasn't even up an hour, was it? Like, fuck.
Yeah, it was a very brief window. So, like, an accidental was done.
An oopsie.
We've done a little bit of an oopsie poopsie. A little bit of a fucky wucky. But yeah, so Stellar Blade had a demo that briefly appeared and has since been removed. Somebody flipped the wrong switch.
Yeah, Sony had to update a license agreement to basically get it immediately fucking canceled. So even if you downloaded the demo, if you had an internet connection, it's just no longer viable.
Yeah, they're like, whoops, nope, you're not supposed to be playing that. That's our bad.
No, but that has not stopped people from gushing about the game, I would say. I will be like, the first to say I think I've been like this. I'm Shift Up's like one of Shift Up's strongest fucking soldier. I knew this game would be a fucking banger, but people have been posting and like, oh no, this game may be a banger, and I was like, haha, sweet satisfaction, motherfuckers.
Yeah, no, I mean it's one of those moments where like there's been a little bit of the controversy, but like, nah, it's going. People are actually getting hands on, and they seem to like it.
Yeah, people are talking about how it's a little bit more Soulsborne that they want. Like, there's a big focus on parrying, but everyone thinks the game looks beautiful. Everyone's been gushing about the fucking soundtrack, which I'm all like, yes, Cosmograph, cook, my man, cook!
Yeah, and I know, like, as much as we've talked about how demoing is, like, a pain in the ass because video games are complicated, trust us, we know video games are complicated. We're going to talk about Helldivers later. And we're fucking flipping and switching dials and stuff, and maybe it's not working out. But God, if you can pull off a demo successfully, that brews so much goodwill. Actually, just mentioned Lies of P, for instance. That had a demo actually that I played, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is like if you can get a demo out, it's real good. The Unicorn Overlord demo is super well received, and obviously that game has now come out to also similarly be like very well handled. Rebirth had a sizable demo dose. It looks like they've got a Stellar Blade demo in the can. So like, yeah, no, there's a lot to be said for these demo installs and them being really really good and showing off more. And yeah, generally I think a lot of people are catching on and saying that like, despite the fact that Sony said that like they don't have any first party announcements in like the front half of this year. I think they are killing it with some of their second and third party dealings, and like these exclusives.
I was actually a little surprised to find out that fucking Stellar Blade's actually a second party. I didn't know like if Sony was actually investing that much into it. It's a little wild to think about.
Yeah, it's the same with with like Helldivers. Like the Arrowhead CEO has had to go on several times and be like, hey, PlayStation Studios like helped us make this and are invested in us, but they do not own us.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's what I consider like second party. It's when Sony's like, here, have money. We'll put your shit on our store, but you are not beholden to us for it.
Like I would argue that even might work for something like Bloodborne, because like Sony doesn't own FromSoft, but they own the IP rights to Bloodborne, and like that's their IP, but they didn't make it directly, and there's a lot of stuff going back and forth with like sequels. But yeah, so like no, there's an interesting going out there. Rise of Ronin looks great,
Oh my god, Rise of Ronin on Dragon Dogma 2. Like I guess we're kind of in like not in the Stellar Blade space. We're in the fucking Sony space right now.
Yeah,
and other such things.
PS5's gonna fucking tear it up this year.
But actually, Capcom actually released for Dragon Dogma 2. You can actually create a character now and save it. So when you actually get the game, you'll just be ready to go. And I'm all like, shit.
Speaking of other good like pre-release demos, like dropping your character creator ahead of time and being like, hey, you can save your presets and use this when the game goes live. I'm like, no, that's good. That's a good idea.
I mean, it's not the first time. Fucking the Saints Bow reboot did that too.
Yeah. No, and that was also really well received.
Yeah.
Code Vein did do that, but also had a like actual gameplay demo as well.
Yes.
But yeah, like I said, we're in a really weird place for demos. Speaking of Sony news, also, we've announced Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut on PC coming this year.
People immediately put Carl Johnson in there. Yeah.
And I strongly believe that is going to fork into a Ghost of Tsushima 2 announcement.
That's what people are saying.
We know that Sucker Punch has been cooking on a sequel. Like, they've admitted they're working on the IP. So that seems like as good as time as any for Sony to rattle it out. And that would be probably a little bit after that would be like a game that's not coming out until early next year or late this year. So yeah, like, but yeah, no, I'm good to see. chat, I say this a lot, and some of you might not think this all the time, because, like, I can get into that hater headspace sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. But, like, I genuinely don't want games to be bad, actually. As much as I have a fucking backlog, I have a fucking backlog because I love good games. I want games to be good. So just, like, I always enjoy when a game gets its flowers. When there's a game that we can see has potential, it has strong merit, artistically, as a piece of entertainment, as a, an interactive media, especially because that's the part that is often hard, is that interactivity. I want games to be good, so I'm really glad that like people are actually getting to put pause on Stellar Blade and go like, oh no, this is actually good. This is, like, definitely, this looked good, but it feels good,
No, I'm super happy.
Hell, I didn't want Skull and Bones to be bad. I knew it was gonna be bad. I didn't want it to be bad.
I never want a game to be bad, but sometimes you can see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, it happened. Like fucking Suicide Squad, Skull and Bones. We just like, oh no,
Anthem.
no.
Just,
oh, this will not end well. And it's crazy too that like WB is talking about, oh, we're gonna cycle out and double down on live service games now, even though we just released a stinker. Even though, like, despite all the controversy and tension, it's been about a year. I think we can say that, like, despite what people were trying to vibe with, Hogwarts Legacy was a success. It sold a lot of copies and was well received. It was well received awkwardly. Some outlets were not good at communicating that well receivement, but it was a good seller. And it's a terrible shame that WB seems like they're a fucking garbage company, and like I don't want JKR to see any of my money, and I don't know if I want David Zaslav to see any of my money. I am buying that game used for like $10 on Amazon someday, probably.
What, Hogwarts Legacy?
Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. I still want to play it, especially because people say it's good.
Fuck that. I'm waiting until it comes out on fucking PS Plus somewhere. Fuck that shit.
That's even better. Yeah, wait for the PS Plus. Yeah.
I ain't paying a fucking dime. I'm glad it's a good game. I'm glad people enjoy it, but I ain't paying for it.
So I should also mention this, because that's, speaking of things that have been so influential on my comedy, it was announced this week that WB's pulling the plug on Rooster Teeth.
Yeah.
They are fully shutting down that brand. Now, it broke very suddenly, so there has been some clarification. WB is pulling the plug, but has given them 60 days to wind down. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but like they're still there. They still have some time to work through stuff, Also, some people were talking about, receiving this news through a memo. That's not quite true. They tried to hold an all hands that was like live streamed to everybody who could. Some people couldn't be at that meeting, so had to receive it via memo. But still, like, what a ground shaker that like broke suddenly. And came through there, and like, yeah. It feels kind of weird because they were working towards that, what they're calling definitively the final season of RVB, but. It really is going to be the final season. They produced a new season of their animated series Camp, and like all those episodes were made, so that's going to come out. But all their other projects are like up in the air. WB is apparently like workshopping the IP that they own. They're reaching out to like try and find people to like straight up buy Ruby and Genlock and RVB and stuff. I
need Shraff to buy fucking Ruby.
Yeah,
like
I hope that can happen. I know that the White Queendom anime they produced was very well received, very high quality. But like Rooster Teeth himself has said that like technically they were still shopping for whatchamacallit, like Rooster Teeth's animation studio was already looking for partners to produce the series, because it was said a while ago that the previous 2 seasons of Ruby were not profitable. They actually didn't make their money back on it, which I know a lot of people. Some people will be like, "That's to be expected," but other people will like should acknowledge that like Ruby was their most popular thing. If they like weren't making their money back on it, then yeah, that's probably why the company was in trouble. But this is why Warner Brothers is deciding to pull the plug. But it's so sad to see, especially because like they've said we're going to try and keep our servers on as long as we can, but eventually, somebody's going to be like, well, I bought this now, or hey, is somebody paying to keep those servers on? Turn those off,
Mm-hmm.
It does seem like they're going to be able to keep the YouTube channels that are up on YouTube as they are. Like, none of that's going to go away directly unless, like, again, WB seizes control, but like, yeah. No, there are people who are like, genuinely, it's shocking that like Ruby has had such a controversial past couple of years. Honestly, Ruby's had controversy probably since it came out, but it's been especially pointed since Monty died. But like, people have been feisty. There's also still such an outpouring of support as well. Like, several animators who worked on it are looking to get in. I do hope that, like I said, I hope that like partners in like Japan are interested in, because I know it's very, very popular over there. I wouldn't be surprised, though I know this will not be the ending that some people want, but I would not be surprised if Sony through Crunchyroll is not, and Funimation is not considering maybe sliding in there if WB's willing to sell. Because they produced, I believe, the previous season, maybe 2 previous seasons, in partnership with Crunchyroll. So, like, there's already a business relationship there. I would not be surprised if they weren't thinking of sliding in there. But we'll see how it shakes out. You know, they've got several months to figure this out.
Crunchyroll is not, I will say, Crunchyroll is not afraid of, and Sony is not afraid of investing into anime. Like, more and more, I'm seeing Crunchyroll specifically putting in the dollary dues to get shit made.
Them and Netflix have never been shy about joining the production committees of works and being like, okay, it's just like video game publishing, you know, we'll give you the funds. I know people are a little squiggly at Crunchyroll.
Yes,
right
no, I'm gonna say yes, fucking Crunchyroll, because you know it actually makes money, and just because you think some of their practices so they can keep making money are fucking shitty doesn't mean they can't make something good. So fuck you all. God, I'm sick of this. Yes, they make bad decisions some of the time, but what company doesn't? You make bad decisions sometimes. Do you want me to get on your ass about it?
Yeah, I mean the I think is it just their they've talked they're talking about moving up prices. Everybody's doing it.
Everyone's doing it. People are getting laid off because people can't fucking afford shit.
Yeah, it's a crazy time. Like, I mean, talking about like, for example, I don't know how Crunchyroll's going on this, but they're planning on raising their pricing on some of their plans. I don't actually know for sure if it's like everything, but I know that the Funimation merger has not been as sweet. But like, Disney Plus talked about how they're going to raise their minimum prices, right? And a lot of people were like, okay, cool, I'm canceling. Not enough people canceled that they didn't make more money.
Like, fucking Netflix has been raising their price, Disney Plus has been raising their price, so yeah, Crunchyroll's gonna raise their fucking price.
Well, I mean, they don't actually plan on removing all translators. They'll say that, machine translation still sucks ass, and they know it, and like, that will actually affect the outcome of their product. I think a lot of corporations have expressed an interest in it, but they're not actually gonna do that.
No.
They will try, but it's not gonna work. Because the tech bros have overinvested in the AI stuff way too fast, and like I think what was it? Was it ChatGPT? Like several chatbot algorithms have already been. Well, then guess what? You'll get your wish, and they'll fucking collapse, and you'll get 9 billion different streaming services again. What the fuck do you want from me?
Yeah, I know. Like, guys, what do you want? Like, what do you genuinely want? Like, you want the fucking super happy ending of everyone that's like super respectful of that, like, and you know, gives you everything for free, and you know, just takes a giant hit to their own pocket. God. Yeah, I mean, we're experiencing inflation, and a lot of other stuff right now, and like some of that's really good, and then they go in there. Hey, listen, I mean, you know, if your sub quality is bad and you don't like the subtitles, unsubscribe. That'll get them. You don't like they're raising their price, go down. You know, that is literally the only way it matters, and so, like I said, if that's a breaker, get out of there. Scooch them. And we'll see. Like, I mean, there are loads and loads of layoffs in a lot of industries because the economy is kind of fucked right now. It's very crunched, and, like, a lot of that has to do with, like, post-COVID, because for some ungodly reason, everybody who started making money back during COVID thought that, like, everybody was going to be, like, hooked on all this disposable income and hobbies forever, but they didn't, especially because economy stuff was also fucked, so, like, it didn't stay that way. I can understand how, like, they thought things were looking up, but also, you do got to keep in mind that it was a special circumstance. But yeah, it's going out there. But,
yeah, no, like I said, the Rooster Teeth thing is crazy because like they've been around for like 20 years, and like a lot of those guys have been around like so long and are literal pioneers on the internet. I talked about this, I can't remember if it was on stream or not. I think it was on 14, but like those guys were distributing you fucking video files pre-YouTube. RVB's older than YouTube is.
I remember those days. I remember watching Red versus Blue on my fucking on my high school computers. You know, go to redversusblue.com and stuff, or roosterteeth.com.
Yeah, and in good old I think it was redversusblue.com at the time too. But on like good old classic like 4x3, 480p if you're lucky, if your computer could handle that download. But yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. Like, yeah, like it's a crisis problem of like, if you want to do projects, you need funding. To get funding, you need to either sell shares or have angel investors or have another product that makes a shitload of money, go through those loops. And like we're in a rough place. Axe is out here trying to like dismantle all the fundals of the business, and it's like,
no, Axe, you literally do not understand how business works.
I mean, I know Axe is taking some business courses, but like it's the way we do these lookouts is like, yeah, there are ways we could change our opinions, but like, I mean, game companies can, but it depends on the product. Like, some games go on sale a long time. It's the thing that people all over people need to change is like your opinions on like how a product works, when is it profitable, and like what is your value? Like, are people still talking about your brand? Are they still working on your brand? Can you predict based on the sales of your last game, will your next game sell better? And I'm not going to say every company is good at this. This is a thing that's been talked about with like Unicorn Overlord, but it seems to be a recurring thing that Vanillaware does, is basically the way their games seem to work is they like blow literally every dollar they have making their current game. They stop developing it when they run out of money and need to sell it. They hopefully make a shitload of money because their games are good still, and then they turn that into the next game. And then when they run out of money, they got to sell it, and it's like, that's probably not sustainable, but they haven't missed yet. So fucking, it's crazy. No, it's also, yeah, the CEO pay scale being so concentrated in one guy who doesn't even do that much is like,
no, that's fucked. Yeah.
I don't know how I can't believe we've done this. That's like, you want to talk about like,
that's something that literally makes
oppression
no sense.
And like the needs of the few kind of a thing is like, that's
dumb.
How did we get here? How did we let this guy get here? This guy doesn't own anything. And I know that like, yes, some CEOs are actually like important part of the process. I just talked earlier about how Arrowhead, the studio behind Helldivers 2, their CEO is very active on Twitter. They're also still like an indie game development company. They're producing AA and single A games like. But there are CEOs that are like real shitheels that have probably stayed in way too long, and we just don't move because they make a lot of money, and if we fire them, they get a golden parachute anyway. And also, like, yeah, Zaslav is like, that guy genuinely, not that I wish violence on anybody for the most part, but that guy probably needs to be careful going outside because like, he is not well liked. I think, I don't know if he goes and walks the streets, probably not because he's fucking rich, but he shouldn't, because he'll be in trouble. If people recognize him on the street, they're going to eat him. They're going to strap him to dynamite. No, he sucks. Like, all of his business decisions have been terrible.
No. I am not a mega. I will wish ill and harm upon that man. Like, I'm one of those people, like I said, I guess I play devil advocate for corporations a lot because, like I said, I have been involved in like business and economics. That's what I was studying in college, and it gives me a slightly different outlook on things. Running a business costs money; it just doesn't make money, and so you always have to balance how much you're making against how much you're spending. And the whole thing about spending is if you're just holding on to money and it's doing nothing, it's doing nothing. So like CEOs with these huge ass wages just letting it build up in some foreign bank account makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah, it's not good for the economy because like those literally not good for the economy because those guys could still spend most of the money they make, and like those like super rich CEOs, they could still spend most of the money they make and still be one of the best living motherfuckers on planet Earth.
No, it's such a thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that works for some interaction, but like for a lot of these public-facing brands is like, why is this guy your mouthpiece? He's a dingus, and he's a dingus to the public, and the public are like, why can't we get rid of this guy? Well, guess what? We're not actually in control of this. The person I was thinking of when I was talking about this, and like I said, I don't like to put evil thoughts out into the world, but I'm not afraid to think that some guys would fall down some stairs. I was thinking of Blizzard and Bobby Kotick, actually, like Activision Blizzard. Like, I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing for several years. Their games weren't great. Their company had a corporate culture that was literally criminal. Like, real fucked up shit was happening.
Oh, yeah.
And somehow there just wasn't enough we could stick on this guy to, like, oust him or arrest him. And I think he still got to, like, quote-unquote retire when Xbox bought them. Probably because he said, you can't fire me if you want to buy our company. I gotta walk out here. And it's like, it's fucking bullshit. It sucks. There's a lot of stuff that sucks. And, like, I understand, obviously, a lot of people are like I said, economic shit, it's rough. You're hitting in your wallet. You don't want to do that. I've talked before about how, like, even with simple shit like buying groceries, like buying bacon and milk costs money. It's expensive. But, it's just, like you said, they're weighing, risk reward, cost and price, cost and profit. And yeah, if Crunchyroll spikes your membership fees and half of you quit and go back to piracy, because that will be an economy that is always going to be well running and not well funded is the wrong word, but like there are always going to be people who are going to be counterculture, who are going to be like, oh no, I will pay for this service exclusively so I can distribute it to people who don't want to pay, because altruism or fucking backpats, or just they're like, you're charging me how much fucking money? Fuck you, I'm gonna leak this shit. I mean, there's a lot of chaotic practices. We'll see when the straw breaks the camel's back, because like there have been scandals about Crunchyroll like underpaying translators and voice actors and stuff before.
Oh yeah, no,
they're still out here.
The fucking big. I'll trust Crunchyroll with an anime. I won't trust Crunchyroll with a game. Never.
That's
never,
ever. Yeah, like, and they're like and they've had these ups and downs, and they're arguably a big company now because they're like part of a network. But it's like,
yeah,
you gotta like, yeah, their gaming stuff went super under. Like, it hasn't killed them yet. And on the one hand, I'm like, sometimes you gotta be willing to let things fail. And, like, that's really going to suck for some stuff, but if you want shit to change, that means you got to be willing to pull out enough out of Crunchyroll to make them really rethink their bottom dollar and be like, oh, shit, we got to change some stuff. And then you have to hope and pray that they change stuff correctly. Because, like you said, everybody makes dumbass mistakes. You've made a dumbass mistake in your life. Everybody's done them. Companies can do that, too. But, like, it's just a chaotic world. I feel like we always have this ebb and flow of, like, what we got in the weeds, but we're talking about Rooster Teeth, so it makes sense. Like, there's a lot of ebb and flow to, like, business, design, art, etc., tech, and it's like, there's a lot of, like, working out there, and, like, a lot of people are talking to, like, is the video game market crashing? Is it shrinking? I don't know if it's going to crash, because, like, it seems like there are still really good, profitable games being made. But it definitely got overinflated through COVID. Like, there was some rough period when there were a lot of delays, but then there were a lot of people doing hobby spending because they didn't have anything better to do. So the market got overinflated, and then when it normalized, hey, guys, it normalized. The word there is the return to normalcy.
So all those people that game companies hired and other people hired are like, well, now we have too many people and we're spending too much money, and some of these projects we are churning out don't look to be profitable, so...
Yeah, and it sucks for those people. It sucks so bad, but also it's just like, yeah, that was the business took a gamble and lost, and it sucks, but like, that happens sometimes. I think that there's a lot of stuff going on. Oh, yeah, no. Embracer looked like they were going to be a cool idea, because they, like, bought out THQ Nordic and stuff, and then they bought a lot of these companies during the COVID bubble, and then they were like, shit, we can't afford these. Why do we buy these? Whoops. Why did we buy Deus Ex? Rip Deus Ex game.
Rip.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and it's like the best thing you can do.
Yeah, for the reason we're literally talking about here, that
I hope that they will. I hope that they will continue to pay the guy on Twitter though, because the PlayStation UK Twitter is a banger.
Yes.
Also, to be fair, they laid off their UK studio, but they had to check with regulators first.
Yeah, and they laid off people in they laid off the entire UK, and there was some brand scam, but there was layoffs across the fucking globe. People were laid off in Japan, people were laid off in fucking US and in UK. But I'm guaranteeing you, they looked at those. They didn't there's not some evil CEO sitting in a fucking tower smoking a cigarette, going, "Yeah, you know what? Fuck the UK in particular." There was probably a lot of studies. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you fully, but I just had a thought to myself. Do we know who the new president's going to be? Because, Jim Ryan's stepping down. I don't even know if we have, a guy you could put the Nyahaha hat on at PlayStation right now. They're in a transitional period, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's not... They look at the project, they look at how much it's costing, they're looking at, the progress and whatnot. They take all these factors in consideration and then make a decision of, all right, what is going to be profitable and what is not going to be profitable. Because I don't care. If you tell me that if you all are telling me that you would rather waste money just so a couple people can keep their job and just bleed away when you can try and figure it out, you're lying. You're fucking lying. No one likes to bleed money. No one likes to bleed money.
And we feel bad when people get laid off, but it's
if you feel so bad for these people laid off, how about you pay them?
Yeah, it's but we don't have the you don't have the vibes to support them on a personal level either, and it sucks.
Yeah, but also you don't know them either.
But it's
fuck,
who
people lose jobs. It happens. It's part of life.
But if you want to talk about stuff that you can action, you can go to the polls because as discussed, the way that layoff worked at Sony Studios was different depending on what region you were in. In the UK, they actually are coming off, I believe, a strong presence of labor, so they have various working protection laws and have to check with their regulators about some of their mergers and acquisitions to see what people they are legally allowed to let go and prove that hey, no, seriously, this division is not profitable. We're not just doing this as we make more money. It's we need to stop losing money. In Japan, being fired is a big deal culturally. So companies don't usually do that unless you are a fucker. Though, obviously, if they are a bad company you start with, they can kind of use that against you. I know there's a lot of that going on with the entertainment space in Japan right now. Read VTubers. But generally when they're doing layoffs in Japan, they will try and find new jobs for you and kind of do a step down process, right? Mm-hmm. Because they're not trying to signal that you were a bad worker. They are signaling hey, we're in a bad way money wise. We can't afford these people, literally. In America, it was just well, hey, guess what? You have a right to work, which means we can fire you for whatever the fuck reason. We don't need a reason, actually. So if you enjoy working, you should go to the polls and fight people who do believe in this. Because yes, pushing for small business is good. Doing small business stuff is very stressful, but you can't. I'm gonna be honest, most politicians are full of fucking shit when they say they're about small business. They're fucking lying to you. They're about big business. Lying. They're about big business because big business literally has their hand in their back pocket feeding the money. I mean, I have some complications about go to the polls and fight people. The way I phrased it, there were some commas in there, but sure, fuck it, send it.
Go to the polls and fight people. Fuck you.
Sometimes it be like that, okay? You gotta be willing to bleed for democracy. You gotta be willing to punch out later. For liberty. But yeah, no. It's a wild time. But people who say they're about small business are fucking lying to you. For the most part. So you got to get in there. And I know that politics are a wild time right now. I know that we're not happy with a lot of stuff that I don't even want to go into because one, I think that kind of harshes the vibe of what people are listening to us for. You're here to relax and farm FGO and stuff. So we try not to get too heavy because people have said that they like listening to us to kind of let go and relax and do other stuff while they're listening to our dulcet tones. But also just there are topics that are so sensitive that YouTube doesn't like when we speak about them. And I know that a lot of that's going on and people are unhappy about stuff going on, but it's yeah, that you got to have your voice be heard. Then you got to get in there, and like it does matter, because if you think it doesn't matter, it does matter. If you thought that, like, and I'll say this because I thought this, if you thought, like the 2016 election, Clinton versus Trump was like, oh, it was a clown show, can't vote for anybody. Yeah, it was kind of a clown show, and we got a clown office. And hey, guess what? A lot of the problems we have now are because of that. You don't like some stuff going on in the Supreme Court? Guess we're going in there. It's that fault. It's wild, I know. And we'll see how shit fucking shakes out. But yeah, you gotta get in there. Also, yeah, the indie market is like super, super dense. There's some stuff in there, but yeah, like,
oh god,
I'm glad that Stellar Blade looks like it's gonna be a banger, and Shift Up will be rewarded appropriately.
Yes.
Same with like Rise of the Ronin and lots of other good games coming out.
I do. Also, I do hope someone at least picks up Ruby. Like, personally, I would love them to give it the full like reboot remake and just start from the top.
Yeah, I've heard some other people expressing that as well. I think that will be like controversial in its own right. I mean,
no matter what they do is going to be controversial. I think.
Oh, it's true. I mean, that's like that is unfortunately how fandom is. That will be a conversation when we get into Helldivers 2. But like, you are gonna, no matter what, you are going to generate some rancid vibes from somewhere. If you quit, if you let it drop, you'll get those bad vibes. If you pick it back up from where they left off, you'll get bad vibes. But Monty was a guy who was just doing what he thought looked cool, okay? He was a cool dude doing cool stuff.
Oh my god, guys. Do you remember Dead Fantasy? I remember Dead Fantasy.
Yeah. I remember when they first hired Monty for RVB, it was mind-blowing, some of the shit he was doing in the Freelancer Chronicles. But yeah, Dead Fantasy was like literally just for kicks. He's just having fun out here. God. Talking about, a genius gone too soon. So sad, but we'll keep moving on. And but he was just doing cool stuff, right? He was just being a cool guy, and obviously he just did the best he had with what he got. I think that some of his unique vision was lost when he passed with Ruby, but at the same time, I also would like to say, Ruby wasn't ever that deep. This was Monty grabbed two of his closest friends at work and was like, hey, I have an idea for some characters who have specific weapons and specific colored looks, and I want to jam them together. Oh god, the fact that Monty could do comedy so well too. If those of you not in the patron chat, Lucky posted a gif from Monty's animations on RVB, literally punching the black dust off Tucker after hitting Griff with him. It's God, it's so good. Ugh. But yeah, Monty just grabbed a couple of his friends. They joked, I have the first 3 volumes of Ruby on Blu-ray. There's some commentary from the boy. He, Miles, and Carrie drew up the Remnant world map off a weird stain on a napkin. They saw a weird napkin stain and were like, that looks pretty good. Can we turn that into a world map? And they did. It wasn't supposed to be that deep. So, I think there's room for them to go back and do hindsight. There's so many things that are being improved by this remake treatment. P3R is, really, really good. It's not perfect, I think, but, they've done a pretty good job of bundling everything together. Also, you want to talk about corporate funding? They talked about how, they started that project by including the answer in from default, but they did not have the time and budget to finish it to launch with the game, and so they are coming out with it being a later expansion. I think it's pretty obvious that, that was planned to go in that slot, but it probably, if for some reason P3R had sold terribly, it probably would not have come out, but, that game did really good, so they were like, shit, dude, we can work on it. We can actually properly do the answer and tack it on. We're working on, we're going to do Metaphor. Hey, they're going to, speaking of Atlas re-releasing, they're also going to re-release SMT5. Apparently, I never got to play it because it was fucking trapped on Switch, but, apparently it was, controversial in the story. Yeah, Axe, I think, said what I've heard about SMT5 best. The game ran poorly and the plot was messy. I didn't hear that much about the plot being messy. It was mostly about it being running like a toaster on the Switch, making your Switch hot enough to make toast. But they're gonna do a broader re-release with some new shit, and that'll be. Hey, I know I avoided it because it was on the the Switch, so maybe I'll check out SMT5 Vengeance, you know? But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with these thing, you know. Yeah, they've added some extra plot stuff. So yeah, you know, games have this remake effect, and like, I think Ruby can take that up. I hope somebody gets into it. Honestly, they're already planning on doing the quote unquote final season of RVB. So like, so long as like WB doesn't do the thing that they seem to like to do and just be like, oh, we don't need these anymore. We're not paying for licenses and copyrights, and just lets it fucking vanish, which I don't think will happen exactly, because like they've got YouTube channel access and stuff. And it's funny, like, I know Rooster Teeth was kind of downturning. They, you know, kind of lost me as a paying customer. I was in their first program for a while, but like they also had to adjust some of their pricing and stuff, and I kind of fell off some of the major shows. And it's funny because like I know they talked about like, well, we need first memberships to get our products out there, but a lot of it was like fully locked behind the paywall, and I kind of feel like they had a rough time like transitioning when a lot of people were doing like a lot of stuff outside the paywall. And it's like I think they had a rough time transitioning to like they would make whole series like their equivalent of Patreon exclusive, and it's like, yeah, that works for some people, but also you gotta be careful with that, because you gotta have enough stuff outside to drum up, you know, inside progress. But they did have a lot of good content. God, theater mode was so funny. That was basically their version of MST3K. Hell, fuck, I forgot about it. But they did Achievement Hunter did a ghost hunting show. If you guys don't know, Achievement Haunter, that was fucking hilarious and also like tense. I fucking loved that. I hope somebody is fucking pirating it right now in case the servers go out, so I can watch it later. Like, they were doing good shit. They did some very good documentaries. I know that like Funhouse and Kind of Funny did some content with them, like in stand up. Like, they were cooking. They cooked some stuff. It's sad to see them go, and I hope that like it's being preserved. I do know that like they're technically, WB is retaining ownership of their podcast network called The Roost. So they are still shopping that network around as like a whole package thing to sell. So for the time being, WB is going to keep like running those. So like, if you enjoy some of the shows they've been doing, with like certain podcasts they've got in network, that's not going to immediately fold. Which I'm glad of, because that is the only Rooster Teeth Network content I am actively watching right now is their podcast, because a lot of them are really good. Check out the Fuckface podcast. You wouldn't think it from it being called that. It's super funny and has made me bust a gut so many times over the past couple of years. Check it out. If you miss Jeff and Gavin from like AH, and now they switched to Dog Bark branding, which did not go over well, but they tried. Oh, they tried. Like, is got the good shit. At least I know Gavin will be okay, because he's a fucking slow-mo guy. He'll just ask YouTube if he can make another season of YouTube exclusive miniseries. Yeah, luckily Gus got to end Black Box Down on his own terms. Like they kind of wrapped it up. And hopefully that backlog stays up. I know they talked about like they may occasionally get in there, but yeah. Black Box Down was a podcast mostly done by Gus and Chris Damaris that was about airline disasters. I listened to that when it was running. Very good stuff. Check them out. Like, show creators your support, whether they're individual creators, you know, or teams of like individual personalities, kind of like us, or even if they're part of a bigger corporate network. You gotta show your vibes, because we do live in an era where, like I said, corporate guys are gonna have to play the corporate guys game, and I do think that some of them are, I think, lacking a little in vision. They're back on the wrong horses in some of these entertainment races. But you can't, even if they had business savvy, which a lot of them do unfortunately have business savvy. Sometimes that savvy is gonna be to cut your losses and run, which is like sucks for creativity. But like that's why you got to give those support vibes. Got to get in there. Oh, there's so many fucking meetings. Like I'm sure that WB did not take this like super lightly. But it was definitely a process of like, I'm looking at our balance sheet, and this Rooster Teeth thing hasn't made us money in like 2 years. And that's the other thing I want to say. I'm not a huge fan of corporate buyouts when they happen. You should be careful about selling out to corporations if you're running a personal gig. I know that used to be the dream, but like, you got to be careful about that. But like, Rooster Teeth didn't even ask to be owned by Warner Brothers, okay? They got bought out by Full Screen, which was a internet MCN thing. That got transferred to Otter Media, which was like sub-owned by Discovery. WB got Rooster Teeth because Warner Brothers bought out Discovery and got OtterBox. And let's damn dude, you didn't even have control over that. Yeah, Death Battle's another super popular thing. That was technically under Rooster Teeth's angle, and those guys are unfortunately going to be out of work. That said, hopefully they will be able to retain their branding. They may actually be able to go independent. I hope they can, and best of luck to them if they do. But yeah, that turned into a long deep dive on just continuing part 2 of What a Week, huh?
Yeah.
That I can actually say it's Friday. Actually, technically for me it's Saturday. It's after midnight here. I know Loth is struggling in Helldivers alone, so I do want to try and get in there before he pops out. But let's actually talk about Helldivers 2 really quick. Helldivers 2, it continues to be chaos. This week, they had their first minor patch, a balance patch. Well, it did rebalance some things, and some stuff were, buffed and seemed more positive. Some stuff were nerfed, and, some people are, real mad about that. The general vibe I am getting is that we may have also done an oopsie-whoopsie. Straight up, the CEO congratulated everybody for liberating Tien Quan, because we've done it. We've unlocked our exosuits. That stratagem is available, and you can get a free one. But, I literally saw on Twitter, somebody in that chain was fix Railgun, and he was like, we did fix Railgun, smile. And then somebody was like, okay, but, charges are kicking my ass, man. And I saw his reply, which I think I hearted or retweeted, which was yeah, charges are a pain right now. And I'm like, okay, he understands. Good, okay. That's all I need. All I need is for you to understand chargers suck ass right now. And, something will eventually be done. I hope sooner rather than later. But it's weird because, we talked about this last week, I think, or maybe even 2 weeks ago, but, we've been talking about how popular Helldivers is, right? They've been fucking blowing up. They're huge. Their CCU capacity is, 700,000. I think they've sold, fucking, 2 million or 4 million copies or something. Crazy breakout success. Literally more people than I think they balanced the game to be playing. Talking about burning through major orders and stuff, and everybody trying to log on to get their rewards from major orders. They're suffering from success right now, and I think it shows a little that they were not necessarily prepared for this many people to play their game and be into it, and they're trying to do their vibes, but it's tough. But yeah, I definitely feel we exist in a weird space where this community is so large that naturally people polarize, they radicalize even, they for some reason, people on the internet gravitate towards extremes, even though normally statistics say they would gravitate towards the middle. But I feel right now we're in a discussion with Helldivers where I feel every comment I see is of either one or two extremes, right? Mm-hmm. It's either this game is ruined, it's literally unplayable, they've broken everything, which is not true. The game is only literally unplayable when the servers aren't on or when Pelican 1 fuses with the ground. That's literally unplayable. While that did happen several times to us last night, that is still not that frequent, The game is not literally unplayable. But also, you unfortunately have a lot of people picking up the torch against that, gravitating to the other extreme. Get good, skill issue detected. And I'm like, no, guys, it is not a skill issue. One, it's not a skill issue if I can't extract because the Pelican is fucking broken. That's literally not a skill issue. But also, no, it's not a skill issue when there's 8 Bile Titans and 12 Chargers on the screen. That's not a skill issue. The game is dense. And they're even literally saying that they think that the enemy spawns are too dense. They are working at fixing that. And I think that just this is a thing I've seen a lot with sitting from the sidelines of the FromSoft community with Soulsborne games. People use get good and skill issue as a blanket excuse for oh, well, there's nothing to be fixed, actually. The game is fine. Just get good. Yeah, okay, cool. If you can complete Helldive with your friends, good. Good for you. That means that you've had a stable enough connection you can find all 4 of your fucking friends, because that's still a struggle. You know what, fucking stratagems to get and stuff, but that's still tough. It's not guaranteed, and it's often struggling to get there is not fun. Even going to 7, which is the minimum you need to go to get super samples, sucks ass. Oh, I don't think they do it without losing reinforcements, but if they do it without reinforcements, yes, please show me the footage. Like, it's tough. It's tough to get them, and it's like, but you need to get them because that's part of progression. The game assumes that we're eventually going to get here. So yeah, like, and like, I've seen some people be like, oh, you don't need the railgun, just spam orbital rail cannon. I'm like, yeah, okay, you can spam orbital rail cannon. Lucky has unfortunately stepped away, and I'm in the middle of my sentence, so I may pause for him to come back, but he's a big rep of the orbital rail cannon. It takes 2 shots to kill a Bile Titan with one. If 4 of them are on screen, you can only carry 4 rail strikes. That means you can only reliably kill 2 of them. Now you have 2 more to kill. Also, with the way modifiers work at higher levels, you may be waiting twice as long for that to recharge. You may be waiting, twice as long for that to fire, which means you might get killed even though it fires. There are modifiers that me and the boys haven't seen where you lose a stratagem slot. You go to 3 slots. You have 1 less thing to deal with. So it's like, no, that's not a skill issue. That's the game is not properly tuned to, like, make it work out, you know? So, like, yeah. I think some people said they fixed it. I think they did not fix it. They're looking at an edit for chargers so that, like, the autocannon will not deflect. Technically, the recoil, the autocannon will still deflect. The recoilless will no longer be deflecting. The autocannon technically is at a range where it doesn't pen front armor on chargers or limbs, but if you can hit them from the rear and low and behind where they're less armored, that still works. And I think the flamethrower does wonderful against chargers now. The problem is getting flanked by hunters while flamethrowing chargers because there's 4 chargers and 800 hunters and 20 bile spewers. Like, but it's okay. The developers have said that they think spawns are bugged and they're working on it. But, like, to wrap around that point, if you're saying, oh, you can just use eats or just use the rail cannon to defeat Bile Titans, then that's the exact fucking same thing as everybody saying to use the rail gun to defeat Bile Titans. You've gotten complacency. You've developed a strat that works, and if only one strat works, that's optimal. And apparently the game designers don't want it to necessarily be optimal. So, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I think there's a happy medium between these 2 points, okay? Like, you can build, literally, our patron chat's talking about gaming can be flexible and inclusive. There's literally a happy medium where, like, players feel like they are challenged but effective, and oh no, the railgun is still usable in safe mode. It's just only for certain targets. I think they might want to spice that up a little, but yeah, like that it works, but and actually, honestly, seeing Loth work the anti-material rifle, it's funny to see that work against like a lot of the medium bot enemies as just like a hitbox fucker. I still think it probably needs some armor pen buffed for better clears on bugs. But like, even if they make it so that like half their guns are good on one faction, half their guns are good on other factions, like that's okay. That's reasonable. You know, I wouldn't bring a flamer to bot missions, to automaton missions. But like I said, there's a happy medium where like I said, players can feel powerful but challenged. The developers can see that we are failing we fail missions at enough pace that they're not like infinitely, recurring through like just clearing all the objectives instantly. But also, like, again, that we feel effective. Like, I mean, literally, premium war bonds only have primaries. Yes, welcome back, Lucky. I repped the rail cannon for you while you were gone.
Oh, thank you.
Good. It's good, but like I said, even then, if that's mandatory, right, to take out all the Bile Titans or Chargers or whatever, then that's just the same thing as everybody using the rail gun, right?
Well, yeah.
Like, yeah, it's you should have multiple effective tactics, and yes, people are always going to try and find the cheesiest tactic to use, but like you can balance it out, So like I said, I feel like I've been seeing a lot of discourse that's at one extreme where it's either literally unplayable or get good. These are not necessarily true. They should not necessarily be parroting. Hopefully Arrowhead can like work with this, because like they say they got the data back end, and hopefully we can get the vibes up. It does kind of sound like they're still trying to like get the game in a position where it functions at a baseline that they wanted it to function at, and then they're gonna get into like trying to like change stuff up to appeal to the general player base. That I can understand. I know that they've had some controversy. Some of their developers like have gone on their Discord and on Reddit and like said some stuff to people. I don't think that their comments were very biting, but like calling, when your player base is so overinflated and is so polarized, calling like oh, why are you whining? We just nerfed a brainless strat. Like, it's not a good look. People aren't going to like that. I understand their frustration, but, like, this is why when you get to a certain size, talking about, like, corporate structure, right? This is why when you get to a certain size, you have a comms department. You have a team for this. You have people specifically you run communications through because, like, yeah, I understand you've got genuine frustration. There are some shit you don't go on stage and say because the crowd's going to throw tomatoes at you, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like you're asking for trouble and you're asking for a bad look. And, like, again, the CEO had to sweep in and be like, hey, whoa, calm down. We're talking to those guys about how to interact with the community. We have a community team for a reason kind of a thing. And it's like, yeah, I don't think those devs should have said it. Yes, I understand that they're frustrated, but some people are just like, the gamers, they just like the statement. They don't even, that, when will they remember that devs are human? And I'm like, yes, I understand this, but also it's the same time, it's like, the devs still probably shouldn't have got out there because, like, people are riled up and, like, I don't know what it is about human psychology, but, like, everybody feels that instinct to just be like, you're mad for no reason, calm down. No human being who is mad wants to be told to calm down. Like, that is, like, the number one thing that gets people to dig the fuck in. And it's like, I don't know what it is that like, humans are trapped in this cycle where you feel the need to be like, calm down, buddy, it's not that bad. And people are like, how dare you try and alter my emotional state? Fuck you, I'm even angrier now. And, like, it would have just been better if we just didn't get into it. We let the comms people say the statement we want, and we go from there. I do think that, like, there's a lot of, like, rumors and hearsay. People are like, people did notice there were shadow, like, buffs and nerfs. Like, there were things changed that weren't in the patch notes. So people are like, oh, is this a bug? Is this a shadow buff? Like, was this intentional? Like, that's something you got to be careful about. Like, if you fix stuff and you put out patch notes and you don't tell people some stuff you fixed that's not in the patch notes, But yeah, I still feel very confident that Helldivers 2 will eventually, like, level out. It'll be fine. They got a new premium warbond coming out in about a week. Looks tight. They're going to do an arc shotgun. Can't wait to blow away my entire team with that. They've got an automatic laser gun. That's probably going to be pretty neato, Laser pistol. Stun grenades. Love the sound of that,
I need fucking stasis grenades. That's what I need.
I mean, that looks like what the stun grenade's going to be. It's going to be a grenade with the EMS effect, yeah. It's not like a flashbang. Yeah, this is something I've been hearing a lot where, like, people have been talking about Helldivers 1 and, like, that wiping out enemy patrols was very critical on high-level difficulties, but it was a lot easier because of the way the, like, camera distance and, like, line of sight works. I hope that Helldivers 2 can improve on that and, like, either give you more options for stealth or change how patrols work, because right now it feels like at a certain point patrols just start gravitating towards your location and then they can call in reinforcements, and their window for reinforcements is pretty crazy, especially bugs. Bugs, it's bad because any bug that's not a charger basically can call in a reinforcement, can call in a bug breach, and then you're instantly dealing with like 4 to 5 times as many bugs. Yes, and if the bug breach ends and you haven't killed all the bugs, they can call it in again, and it's like the window for stopping a bug breach is so bad that when you have these big patrols, it's hard to stop. It's like a lot of people talking about, like, go ahead.
You have to basically kill every bug, like, before, like, in a few seconds.
And you can do it, but, like, you have to be aware there are bugs. Like, you have to actually be proccing where they are. And you have to have weapons that are effective enough to actually thrash them all, which is rough. I think that's why people preferred the Breaker. The Breaker was a really strong gun because it was a shotgun that had the power to wipe out enemy patrols, but had the, like, rate of fire and mag capacity to do it. Like, I have struggled to kill patrols with the Punisher because it's pump action, And
I'm usually pretty good with it.
Yeah, we're usually pretty good, but sometimes you can fuck up because, like, geometry and stuff. That's another thing, right? Like, chargers suck because they're, like, they do 90-degree turns, they can fucking moonwalk and power slide, and you're supposed to be able to outrun them, but terrain interaction is really fucky. Like, there are times when I'm like, Lucky, Axe, how many times have you heard me say, get up that ledge, you dumb motherfucker, to myself? It's happened a few times. There have been a lot of times when I've thought I could cross a knee-high ledge and just my Helldiver wouldn't do it for a minute.
Well, speaking on the charger things, I was just thinking about, yes, you can outrun them, but chargers don't have stamina bars.
Yeah, that's another thing. They're, like, all enemies in this game are hyper-persistent. like, yes, if you can smoke them out and break line of sight, it works, but the smoke grenade's really late in the fucking, the War Bonds bar, you know? Like you gotta get in there. I haven't spent enough to unlock it. You can get smoke strikes, but then you're dealing with stratagem stuff, and I haven't brought this up, but when they did the nerf patch, they actually had a dev talk through it, and it was really informative, but some of its stuff did feel like a little coming off on the wrong foot. They were like, we want players to focus on using their stratagems and support weapons to deal with heavy enemies. And it's like...
Okay, that's bullshit. I wear a fucking autocannon. That's like my favorite fucking thing. That shit just bounces off things. If it ain't something that I couldn't kill with my primary anywhere, it just bounces right the fuck off. I still have to go fucking...
Yeah, the difference between light, medium, and heavy armor pen is very fucked right now. And also, hey, stratagems. Cool, you want me to use stratagems? Why the fuck did you make it so that I can have an 8-minute cooldown on those stratagems? Why did you make it so I can't pick the stratagems I want? Lucky you were away for this, but I brought up a fact I learned. There's a modifier in higher difficulties where you can just lose a stratagem slot. You've only got 3.
That's no...
Cool, great. How does that make it better for me to use stratagems to deal with high priority targets, especially when there are so many? So yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, there was a little bit of a misspeak there, I think, there. Because, like, yeah, I understand that you don't want us to necessarily use primaries to deal with special enemies. You need to do something about the special enemy spawns then. Because, like, we have a joke in our group. Every charger is actually 2 chargers. 2 chargers is actually 4 chargers. You know? Like, it's such a recurring bit that, like, we see 1 charger, we know there's going to be a second.
Oh no, the accuracy I'm fine with. The accuracy being a little wild is part of the legit Helldivers jank.
And they dialed up the 120 and 380. Yeah, no, you've hit stuff. I mean, you've got kill markers. The problem is that you can't use those are scatter barrages. You can't use those to hit precision targets. There's literally your starting stratagem is the precision barrage. That's what it's for. You want to hit one guy? That's what it's for. The 380 is, you see that heavy nest or heavy bot fabricator that's full of guys and support weapons and shit? You throw those big arty barrages into there, they'll get fucked up. You're at extraction and you see just a wave of guys and you're just like, you know those guys in that compass sector, that quadrant of the map? Fuck them in particular. That's what those are for. And that's why they buff them, to have them be a little tighter spread and to last longer, to really get that saturation feel, you know? But it's still one of those things where, like, those don't guarantee that they do stuff to things. I think people have talked about how, like, automaton dropships will shrug a 380. That seems bullshit. If you had a dropship with a 380, because you can't force that to happen, should fucking die. It should be dead. The fact that the way the spear lock-on works, like, discourages you from using it on certain enemy types sucks. Like, I swear to God, the spear doesn't want to lock on a dropship until it disgorges its wave of guys. Like, you can do it, but it'll fight you. Also, sometimes you can lock onto something that won't kill it in one strike. I've done that too. You can't use the spear reliably on Bile Titans because it can lock onto not their head. Yeah, basically. I think, Axe, actually, you put it a good summary. I want the stuff I put my time and money into to get the results I paid for. Like, when I paid, I paid 10K for a rail strike. Good. Works. Feels good.
No, it does. Cooldown, it's infinite, and the cooldown ain't that bad.
No, it's solid. And I think they did that with the walking barrages, too. Like, they feel good. Railgun, it's a little iffy right now. That's a very high-end weapon, and it doesn't always feel good, but I personally have never fired a railgun in safe mode intentionally anyway, so, like...
Same.
When the game was like... When I first was like, okay, safe? Oh, that's only half the bar. What's unsafe? Oh, I can go all the way to the end, and if I hold it too long, I explode? So this gun's meant to be fired in unsafe. Got it.
Yeah.
Like... I know that that's, like, frustrating, but again, the game is about risk and reward. Like, it's a game where you friendly fire is turned on, you know? Like, accidentally schwacking yourself or your friends is part of the game design. I think you can do that in a fun way, though. Like, honestly,
no.
If the railgun didn't even have a safe mode and just was unsafe all the time, that would probably be better. But yeah, like, the main thing is, like, autocannon is, like, it's pretty alright, you know? I think it's in a good place. The part where you accidentally obliterate yourself because you fired on a guy who's like 2 meters away, that's intentional.
I do that a lot with it. Yeah, I do that with the autocannon a lot.
That's normal. But the autocannon is decently effective. I think it could be better on some big guys, but it's okay. I think the main thing is just, like, the anti-material rifle doesn't feel that anti-material. It feels just like a really good sniper rifle. you know. But the main thing is like you're trying to sell the game on like adding primaries, through like your.
I'm sorry, I'm just
feature.
thinking about it. When the sniper rifle has the same armor penetration as a fucking defender submachine gun, there's something wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily literally have the same pen because, like, unfortunately, something I disagree with a change they made, and they probably shouldn't have brought it up, but, like, weapons actually have multiple factors. It's not just, like, their armor pen that matters. It's also, like, bullet velocity, overall damage, damage types, where you hit, and stuff like that, the armor value of the enemy, you know? But in general, when you have a big fuck-off sniper rifle that is a special heavy weapon you gotta call in, you know? Versus your normal assault rifle, and those are the same armor pen, you're like, that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like that kills enemy better. And it'll liquefy normal unarmored enemies. The problem is that an anti-material rifle also says anti-material. That means you should probably be able to shoot, like, light vehicles with it. I think it might still deflect off the front shield of a scout walker. It does have a little bit of an area blast, so you can still get guys, but it's not a guaranteed pen, you know? It's just, it's wild. The other thing is, like, armor is, like, so weird. They finally fixed it so that armor values actually matter. It turns out that the armor values on heavy armor are still not good enough to make it worth the stamina penalty, because you have to sprint a lot in this game.
I have to keep reminding Loth, we don't need the fucking terrain. We need stamina. We need to run.
Need stamina. I mean, the terrain one also helps, but we need somebody else with the stamina enhancement before we start doing that, because that improves your mobility, I believe, going up and down hills. It removes the slowdown from that. And I think it might also make it easier to, like, run through vegetation.
Yes.
That would be nice, too. But being able to sprint on open ground forever is also good. So, yeah, heavy armor probably needs to be buffed. And, like, yeah, the primaries feel a little too undercooked right now. The Punisher's real good at what it does.
I made the Punisher.
Yeah. I want to try the Slugger. I think the Breaker Spray and Pray actually has a use now, like, because they reduced some of the ability on the Spray and Pray. No, actually, it's not useless. You gotta use it at the right difficulties. It's bad versus bugs.
Oh yeah, no, fucking Shield and SMG is my go-to for bots.
Yeah, because with bots, you gotta click those headshots. Like, I would not bring my Diligence Counter Sniper against bugs. But people say the Counter Sniper is bad. I've played it a little against bots. It's a little heavy. It's a little slow. Sometimes I feel like the aim is a little high, like the reticle, where the reticle shows them where my bullet goes, is not quite in sync. But if you stop and crouch or go prone and, like, zoom in appropriately, you can land headshots and take out most little guys. It's good at that. Like, it has a role. It's just that, like, it feels weird because there's also a regular DMR that does that. And also, because it's not fully automatic, the armor-penetrating basic AR is also basically like a DMR because it's not fully automatic. But yeah, I feel like we just got a lot of bugaboos right now.
Bugaboos.
But also, they did it to the exosuit. That probably also still needs some fine-tuning, because apparently, like, you don't get inherent damage reduction from armor, so, like, you can eventually be killed by little bugs. They might want to change that a little, but also apparently, like, bug melees are, like, don't know if it's a bug, don't know if it's intentional, but it fucking sucks. Apparently a lot of bug melee counts as headshots, so it's like you take critical damage. Stop that.
Really?
Stop that shit.
Fuck
yes.
no.
That is apparent.
Well,
that
explains
is a
why
thing people
hunters
have
are
been
ending me.
Suspecting. Yeah, it seems like the hitboxing is a little weird for what counts as a headshot for you. First of all, this is a PvE game. Don't include headshots for players. That's dumb. Enemies don't need to do critical damage to kill me. Trust me, Arrowhead. But also, melee. When one faction is like 90% melee damage, melee should not get bonus damage. It should be their ranged shit that actually fucks you up, which it does also already, by the way. But yeah, so that's a thing I've heard. A lot of people are actually complaining, like they've moved on to complaining about the stagger and slow effects. I hope that Arrowhead will listen to that. Because, like, if they have all the back-end stats that tracks what kills you, and I assume they do because, like, the game can tell you what you've been killed by, like, they gotta know hunters kill a lot of motherfuckers. They're bad. They're bad news bears. Like, they are our serious guy. And yes, also that's another thing. Like, if headshots matter, you probably should actually include stat modifiers on helmets. I know they all do the same thing, but, like, then the helmet should matter too. But yeah, like, it's so and I think the reason why people are frustrated and why I'm frustrated is because the core gameplay loop is so good. The game is good, but like when you play it for an extended period, there's so many of these little things that add up, and it's just like, man, I wish it was better.
No, it's still fun. Like after we're done here, I'm probably gonna go jump in and be all like, "Let's go."
Yeah, Loth has stopped being in Secret Gaming, but we'll see if he wants to play with us. I think he's been trying to run on bugs. But, like, I do think that the exosuit does have its uses. Apparently they have rockets, which are decently effective against, chargers and medium armor. They have machine guns for little, so, like, you cannot repair them or restock them, so when you run out of ammo, you're done. But it sounds like they are useful for, like, a good push, right? Like, when you're like, okay, that's a high-priority objective, somebody calls in the exosuit, you use them as, like, the hammer, right? And that, honestly, I think is good, because I know that they've got in the works, they have, like, recon vehicles, right? They've got, like, jeeps or buggies. Like, they have party buses out there. So, like, I think that works. But I do hope that they, like, do some armor adjustments, because that's another thing that feels kind of rough. But, yeah, we've managed to make it to almost 3 hours. I mean, I could use some more water, so I don't know how long I can gush about Rebirth, but we did say we would talk about Rebirth kind of off and on.
Yeah.
There's only so much we can talk about just because, like, Lucky's, like, 40 hours ahead of me. And there's a lot going on. But also I have my secret advantage that I have watched people play and played the original FF7 more recently than Lucky has, so I remember a lot of the plot beats as well.
I do not remember the plot beats. I'm constantly going, "Hey, Omega, do you remember what part was?" And he'd be like, "Yes, I remember this."
Yes, I remember the rough order of events. But yeah, it's Rebirth is another one of those games that's like, it's really good. It deserves its 90+ score, but it definitely has a difficulty curve and it has some stuff that, just like the first game, is still just like, still sucks. I think they've gotten better about outright stuns. I feel like I am stunned less.
Oh, I'm still getting stunned, though.
Yeah, there still are stuns, though, and they've added new tricks, like, there are, enemies that fly and are super mobile, and you have to use special tools for that. They improved aerial combat a little, but, like, I still can't, even when I do the, like, hold to do a launcher or jump, I still can't always consistently get my guys to jump in the air.
Like, usually I find with Cloud, at least, holding square is usually what lets them just go straight to the guy in the air. You don't actually have to hit the dodge button to do it.
Yeah.
But,
It's still, like I said, sometimes it feels like Cloud will, like, zip over to a guy but stay at ground level. Like, he won't actually start the air combo. And I don't know if that's just because those flying guys are also constantly moving, Yeah.
But go get your water, and we can, like, talk about it.
Yeah, I'll refill water so we can keep going. So let me pause the audio for a sec. Okay, we've unpaused. I am equipped with water. I have equipped the water materia. Spoilers, I don't think there's a water materia. Leviathan is non-elemental.
There is not a water materia.
But I believe last week when we last checked in, I was basically done with the Grasslands region. I was ready to go into Mithril Mines. And Lucky, you were about the Junon or Costa del Sol region last week's show.
Yeah, no, because I was just post meeting the 7th and seeing that they were the bestest boys.
Yeah.
I was just talking about now. I am past the Nibelheim sector, and I am back at Gold Saucer.
Gold Saucer 2!
Gold Saucer 2!
Which does actually happen. Honestly, you go back to Gold Saucer a lot. Not just because they use that for minigames, but, like, I think I mentioned this, but several times you have to go back to the Ghost Hotel in the base game just because there's no other place where, like, Cloud or the others can fucking sleep without getting arrested. But yeah, so Lucky is post Nibelheim, which is very, very late in the game. Probably there's like 2 major set pieces, and I think you've got the whole world map, like all your region intel and stuff.
Actually, I do think that I wasn't aware of this, but I'm pretty sure that the world map is actually just one map. Like,
nice.
I can be in fucking Junon, and I can see my fucking marker in Gold Saucer be like over 10,000 meters away.
Okay, so it tabulates. Nice.
And I'm gonna let you know this right now. Even though Sid says we gotta stick to the fucking shallows because the ocean will fucking swallow us up, you can literally just cross the ocean in Tiny Broco. You can fucking pilot from Costa del Sol to Junon. I did it. I'm just like, I feel like there's a lie here.
That's not really how that worked in the base game, but I mean, I guess they just want to give you the freedom. But yeah, so like, I do not know if Bone Village, the Mystery Woods, and Forgotten Capital are going to be an open world area or more of an extended dungeon.
They do using their extended dungeons.
I suspect Bone Village will probably have like well, for one, it better have an archaeology minigame. If it doesn't in this game, it needs it in the third, because that was a thing. But that will probably be like your last settlement before you get in there. Like how you could visit the like employee floors of Shinra Tower, right, for like shops and shit.
Yeah.
So like that'll probably be Bone Village as like your last place to buy shit. Because we've been told anyway the game will end at Forgotten Capital. That will be a trip, I'm sure. But you got to get through all the other stuff because God, is there a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no. Right now I am looking for the keystone to access the ancient temple, and Dio, the director of Gold Saucer, has it from his old days of being the manager of the Reliquary, a old Shinra museum.
Oh, that's a good spin to put on him.
Yeah.
That muscle man didn't have enough backstory in the original, but yeah. So
no, like I said, they've given a lot of people some backstory.
And for my part, I am funnily enough immediately after Gold Saucer number 1. I am in the Corel Desert before going down to Gongaga.
Gongaga.
So yeah, lots more stuff to talk about. Junon is great. I think they really captured like what Junon was in the original and expanded it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a lot of weird little shit you could do to like duck in back alleys and shopping zones and stuff, and talk to weird places. The weird dive bar that Rude goes to is part of the original. I don't remember if it was like a Baldi's club, but it was a thing, you know?
Called you mop heads.
Yeah. And I like that there's like some interpolation there because Cloud's like, oh shit, I can't take off my helmet. Rude's gonna punch me. Rude's gonna fucking hammer toss me if I do that. But, the 7th comes for you. They bail you out. Good on them. Because they're great. That's a great addition to, like, have you recruit a not even a squad. Like, I think it's got to be a whole, like, a platoon worth of guys.
I think it's a company. I think it's a full company. It's more than a single platoon, I think.
It might be a full company, because there's, like, there's 4 infantry squads? 5 infantry squads?
No, because because I remember this.
No, I mean,
you can fill
the regular infantry squads.
Yeah, the regular infantry, you can fill up all 5, and then you have like 2-1 of the rest. So
yeah,
it's like 10.
Then you have 1 group of flame troopers, 2 riots, 2 grenadiers. So yeah, no, actually, it is definitely probably company strength. So yeah, there's a lot of them. So you can acquire them. So they obviously because it's the same system that they used for the rhythm game from the Honeybee, and the rhythm part of it to actually do the parade, perfect. No notes. And you better believe I busted my ass. I went all the way to all 3 stars all the time.
Yeah, no, it's like,
no, now, like... they weren't kidding when they said it was difficult. I had to reset a couple of times until I got a feel for the minigame controls properly, but we got there. I broke 10K.
Nah. Yeah, no, I got get the award and the presidential commendation. I loved it. I did it for the 7th. Like, I did not expect myself to get so attached to these stupid lads. Because they do something that's very funny in this segment, where when you're gathering up the 7th, the 7th will form up squads and follow you around Junon. They'll stick to the street, and they won't follow you in buildings, but they'll always be following around, and anytime you come back, they'll always say something to you.
Yeah, depending on like which squad is first, or whether you come from the front or the back, though they will turn to face you. It'll be like, "Welcome back, sir. Great to see you, sir. Did you find what you were looking for, sir?" Because you can go in the shops and stuff, and it's like, and and also you round them up, you build up your inventory by finding the squads around Junon because they're dismissed. You know, they've been given leisure time for the day, so like. They're just doing stuff. There's, some guys in the weird Baldy nightclub. There's a couple of guys who are basically Shinra Gunpla nerds looking at, like, models of the Sister Ray. There's a guy who's shopping for, like, a ring to get his girlfriend,
There's somebody who are just looking at the Sister Ray going, whoa.
There's a group of lady troopers who are just chilling in the bar. I think they're, just trying to hang out.
Shout out to Elena immediately going for, like, I'm a badass to I'm a fucking wreck.
That is Elena's character arc, and I love it, because, I mean, she is a Turk, so she's probably good at what she does, but also she's the baby of the Turks, which means she gets bullied a lot. That also happens in the original game. So, yeah, no. Um, I feel like Elena karmically suffers enough appropriately for her actions, where like she's such an unruly, angry little lady who, like, watching her struggle through the desert while Rude gets the equally torturous task of babysitting Palmer while he drinks a parfait with cowgirls. I'm like, yes, good. But also I'm like, oh, she got her ice cream.
Yeah, she did get her ice cream, so I'm like, okay. That's okay. After going through the desert, girl deserves some ice cream. She also got fucking... God, she did a fucking drop on the fucking buggy, though. It's like, Jesus.
The Turks are made of some stern stuff, y'all.
And then immediately gets tossed off.
Yeah, I mean, Tifa tries to shake her the normal way, but then she goes for a barrel roll, which Kate meets with, what the hell is wrong with you people? Also, yes, I love Jazzy Cat.
Mm-hmm.
He's great. He's perfect. No notes.
I think I've talked about this. I'm pretty sure Kate Sith is what Reeve does just for stress relief.
Oh, no, yes. Literally the first thing he does upon meeting you is fucking prank Palmer. And, like, the kind of shit you would keep in mind, Reeve and Palmer are both directors at Shinra. They are literally the highest ranked people besides the Prez, because there's no VP right now, I don't think. What does he do to get in with Team Avalanche and also to absolutely fucking ball out Palmer? Fucking cancels his reservation and gives the suite to the lads and the lasses.
Oh, and I love that you get to see the follow up on that.
Yeah, no.
Fucking.
Also, I feel like Lucky. Actually, you can tell me plain. You've completed Nibelheim and you're on to Temple of the Ancients. There's no Rocket Town in this, right?
No.
Okay.
No. You'll meet Sid after Gungaga, and he'll get you to Cosmo Canyon, and then he'll get you to Nibelheim, and then after Nibelheim, he will quote unquote join the party with Vincent, and then you kind of reach the open world segment. Rocket Town might still be a fucking thing, but that might be somewhere off in the distance in the third town. Because I do think they still are going to do the huge Materia plotline. Though they might change it. You haven't got to Gungaga. Wait, no, you have seen a weapon.
Yeah, I've seen. Well, yeah. We can talk about that. Yeah, that's a little later than I was going, but yes. There are some plot drifts. We are regularly cutting back to Zack time. I do kind of feel like they're fucking teasing me a little bit with these, because some of these segments are super short. Like, literally, I literally got a segment to find Biggs. This isn't a super spoiler because it's in some of the trailers. So they give me the whole fucking notes and everything to recognize him, and I can fucking talk to people. None of that matters. You walk to the end of the Sector 5 slums, there's an explosion, you run out and start heading in that direction, you run into Biggs, Zack goes, there's our man, hard cut. I'm like, we could have made these segments longer. I feel like they're trying to keep it light because they know that some people are going to get the agita doing those segments, and they don't want to like have them overstay their welcome. I personally think they could be a little bit longer.
There's a couple more of those.
Yeah, I would expect
later.
there will.
I'm actually in one right now. I have it paused because I don't want to miss it.
Yeah, but no, like I think they're doing a good job of building that end and like stuff that's up. They've done a thing that you mentioned that's very important, where first they show that Aerith's version of the Holy Materia is clear in our normal ass timeline, but when you see it in the White Feather timeline, the wrong stamp timeline, it's still white. I strongly suspect, based on a couple of shots that are in the trailer, that is going to be relevant. I think that's going to be part of the climax. Because at one point, the game treats it like Cloud kind of experiences that reality in a dream. Like, you have a POV from alternate timeline Cloud where you walk around as Zack, and then when you leave the room, it snaps to Zack. Yeah.
I will say, I do believe that's not actually fully... Well, I guess it is kind of alternate timeline, because you'll find out this about Biggs. And like, Biggs remembers all the shit that Cloud did while he was there, and it causes a little bit of a fucking glitch in the Matrix for Zack, because he's like, are we talking about the same Cloud? So...
That does make me wonder where Cloud is, but yeah, I mean, so that universe has a big rip in the sky, which appears to be super fucking bad, and like they're running out of Mako, it sounds like, and other bad stuff. So like it seems like something has gone on with the threads of fate and so on and so forth that, like, leads us to this curious point. But, like, our Cloud, like, experiences that world sometimes, like, in dreams, it seems like. So, there is a dream sequence later between Temple and Forgotten Capital with Aerith. I suspect that will probably be a point where some of those flashbacks, like, wrap back around, based on what we've seen in some of the trailers. It is interesting to let you know that is definitely separate. Like, that world is not necessarily the same one that we have, because they do flash back to Shinra building where, Rufus is still fucking around. Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's like definitely some weird timeline shit going on, or micro universes, parallel universes, something. We're having a hallucination in the live stream. We'll figure it out later. But yeah, they're doing a little bit with that to see kind of how it pays out. And those sequences are very good, but they're very, very limited, very small. But yeah, so Junon's really great. I would I love the Midgar 7th. I would die for the Midgar 7th.
The Midgar 7th will die for you, because after the parade there is a thing.
Yeah, the parade is there. This game does a lot for Rufus Shinra. Mm-hmm. We kind of started that in the first one, but this game does a lot for Rufus Shinra. And I think it makes sense because they've said that they are still going to, like, link back into Advent Children. And Advent Children Rufus is weird. He is basically trying to do a face turn. Like, he's a big backer for the WRO, the World Rebuilding Organization, or whatever the fuck we've called it. Whatever the actual R is in that acronym. And, like, he keeps, like, reaching out to, like, Cloud to, like, give him work and stuff. Like, he's funding a cure for geostigma, etc. Also because he has hella geostigma. This may be relevant to other stuff going on with Rufus I will talk about a little bit later. But, like, basically, Rufus Shinra in the first game is just his dad but sexy, basically. Like, he does have a moment in his, like, new era speech where he talks about how President Shinra ruled the world through money. He's going to rule it through fear. He kind of has that moment in Junon, but it's much more of a, like, oh, my dad was getting old and he, like, believed in, like, old style of things. Like, he had a certain way that ran, we're going to do things a newer way, a fresher way, and we're going to show people that Shinra is still, like, fresh and new, and he does this by firing the Mako cannon.
The Sister Ray.
But also, like, Rufus knows it's Cloud. He's got him under surveillance the whole time. He fucking pulls him aside, kills the feed, and he's like, hey, homies, what's up? Your boy Rufus Shinra here. I don't give a fuck about the Promised Land. I don't care about the Ancient. I don't, none of that. Fucking Hojo, he's crazy. If he didn't have tenure, I'd fire him. I will leave you guys alone if you do one little thing for me. I want you to kill Sephiroth. And, like, Cloud, I'm pretty sure if the thing hadn't happened, was gonna be like, fuck yeah, I want to kill Sephiroth.
I mean, I would have taken the fucking deal. Fuck.
Yeah. I mean, Barrett talks about making a deal with the devil later for good reason, but, like, as it was pitched,
at the same time, it's all like, I'm already doing what he wants, and if it gets them off my back,
literally, we're not going to change our behavior, and Rufus Shinra will leave us alone. But Yuffie attempts to assassinate him at that exact moment, and Rufus misinterprets this. He's very upset. He's very nettled.
I would be too.
And so we still have to deal with Shinra, but it's definitely less. But yeah, like, later, he also has some very interesting stuff with quote-unquote Glenn. And I say quote-unquote Glenn because I just talked about seeing Rufus back at Shinra Tower, where he has a certified Genova memento. I would like to once again remind everybody who knows, Rufus has geostigma in the sequel, which geostigma is caused by exposure to Genova cells and Sephiroth's goopy life stream stuff from several points in the game. So, like, yeah.
No, Glenn is actually a character from First Soldier, which is really only really viable through Ever Crisis now, and they really haven't gotten into that story, but apparently this man has a backstory.
Yeah, Rufus at least has a flashback where he shows himself shooting him in the back, so, like, Rufus thought he took care of that, and he shows up, but also he's appearing in clouds of purple smoke, exactly like Sephiroth.
Wearing black robes.
Yeah, so it's like, the audience gets some vibes, And you know, we get some vibes. We also have Sephiroth constantly crank calling Cloud about, hey, don't be a fool, Cloud. You can't trust her. You can't trust anyone, Cloud. Trust me, I'm Sephiroth. And like, listen, I know Cloud's a little brain fuckle, which is why he just doesn't go like, I don't fucking trust you, Sephiroth. You suck. But like, he also doesn't immediately like follow along with the vibes either. But yeah, it's like,
well, it has that doubt because Cloud isn't sure of like what happened with Nibelheim and stuff.
Yeah, Cloud has doubts, and that's a very important build up to parts that are going to be in the end of this game. Like, we're building the character arc and foreshadowing it very well for an experience that's going to take you between Remake and Rebirth. Like, that is going to be towards the climax of these games, so that's like 120, 150 hours? Like, it's deep.
Honestly, do you remember when does Cloud fall into the life stream?
North Crater.
North Crater, okay.
When Sephiroth uses the black materia.
Okay.
So yeah, that is something that hypothetically we will not see at least until the end of this game. And again, we may not see that exact scene this game. I do not know exactly how we're gonna hit that up. Because depending on how things go, they may just do some of that stuff in the Forgotten Capital. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out.
We'll see. Because the way that I feel like this game is setting up, I think Wu Tai is probably going to be a main hub in the third game for reasons. They are definitely setting up Wu Tai to have a much bigger role in this.
They're explicitly saying that, I mean, we knew kind of it was that way before from the DLC, but like, Yuffie is explicitly after materia, and especially huge materia in all forms, at the behest of the Wu Tai government.
I don't know about the Wu Tai government. I feel like...
Well, it's not. She pitched it like her original mission was that way. She is also just obsessed with materia, but like it, she makes it sound like her official reason for being here is that Wu Tai is interested in gathering huge materia to use against Shinra because their plan is to throw off the Shinra occupation and instate a new Wu Tai government democratically once they're free. I think because she explicitly says that Glenn was one of the guys who helped them overthrow the Shinra occupation government and form the interim government, there's gotta be some fucking plot goop in Wu Tai.
Yeah, no, I do think we might be setting up Wu Tai as a bit of antagonistic force a bit here if these Glenn vibes are anything to go by.
I strongly suspect that once we realize what's going on with the Men in Black, and like that Glenn is clearly not who he's supposed to be, that like, because Glenn seems to be, he says he's a representative of Wu Tai, but he is trying to basically work out a backdoor plan with Rufus, and previously allegedly with President Shinra, to basically reignite the war, because that would be good for Wu Tai and for Shinra.
War does create progress.
Yes. But also, hey, you know what killing a lot of people does? It puts more goop in the life stream. It gives more gas to the planet, which is a thing that a guy I know is interested in. He wants to suck on that big planet teat.
I didn't consider that, but now that you mention that.
Like I said, if Glenn is like some kind of manifestation of like Genova or something, which probably is where it's going with the Men in Black, then yeah, I would assume that like this is part of the ploy to like gas up the life stream, because that is, as best I understand, Sephiroth's original goal. The reason why he wants Meteor is because he wants to have Meteor basically hit the planet, wipe out almost all surface life to like juice up the life stream, and the planet will attempt to heal itself at the site of the wound, which is where Sephiroth will be chilling, so he will just suck up all the life stream stuff and become a god, because it's his birthright or some dumb thing. Listen, Sephiroth's motives are not perfect, but they are suitably villainous. So yeah, no. I suspect that may be what we're after. So yes, I strongly think that we are actually going to have to like. I suspect that at some point Yuffie's going to be like, "Oh, we're dealing with this world-ending crisis. Well, we should go back to Wu Tai and see what my government's doing about it." And what their government is doing is probably going to suck, because either the Dawn will somehow be there.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the Dawn's going to be here. I've gotten to the part where the Dawn is showing up in part 2. I'm pretty sure they're going to go for a hat trick.
Yeah. Hopefully it ends correctly with Yuffie or Elena punting him off the giant Buddha statues. Literally, I think Elena steps on his fingies.
I'm somewhat expecting that the game will start off with fucking going to Wutai. The third game will start off with going to Wutai, and Yuffie's gonna steal all your materia and bounce, and that's why you have no materia at the beginning.
That would work as a good conflict. I wonder if we'll do like flashbacks or like there's a lot of stuff going on, right? Because there's a second Junon segment coming up. There's a couple of Junon segments, honestly, that come up in the plot. The arc that Rebirth covers is correctly like a big world-spanning, globe-trotting chase, right?
Right.
The third game is what will be the third game. That part of the plot is much more of you're still globe hopping, but you're hopping from place to place that you've already been to kind of like these crisis flashpoints, basically.
Also, a bit of introspection.
Yes, there's also a lot of payoff to character arcs in that game, which will be very interesting to see. So yeah, that'll be a moment to kind of like go through those beats, I think. But I've actually heard a lot of people talking about like just the general like vibe of some of the stuff and some of the set. Like there's a lot of like post-release press coming out. The director said, for instance, that like the reason why they were able to make the game come out so quickly, which even then it's still like 4 years, but they were able to make it come out so quickly and efficiently is, one, they retained a huge amount of staff, and two, because they were focused on developing for a single platform. Some people have misinterpreted that quote as like him being like paid by Sony to shill for PS5. That's not what he meant. What he meant is that because they were only focused on developing for one platform, they were able to streamline their process and get a lot of work done without having to like stop and work on other platforms. This probably includes knowing that Square tried to pitch that for XVI for 16. Knowing that Square wanted to do a PS4 version for 16, and CBU3 had to be like, nope, that will not work. Good, don't do that. I think it's similar. Basically, like, yes, the fact that Sony paid them to be exclusive is good, but also, like, I think that genuinely not trying to make it backwards compatible and not focusing on PC compatibility meant that they could, like, streamline this process. They are saying that they have a lot of assets ready for the third game, so I've heard a lot of people speculate that they may try and get it out in 2027.
I think that's probably
that sounds like the right time frame.
That'll probably be nearing the end of the PS5 life cycle too.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it does come out in 2027 that it gets a intergrade treatment and ends up also being on like PS6, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So they've done a lot of pre-prep and asset building. So like I said, Junon's great. We do a great job of that. I love the aesthetics of Junon, by the way, like very like 1950s like Art Deco, like
oh yeah.
It pulls off the post-war vibes very well. Also, honestly, well, admittedly, the thing about like the sunlight and the poisoning your water sucks. Under Junon looks very cozy. Reminds me of a lot of English fishing villages I've been to.
With, like, I mean, that's what they kind of call it. They call it a no-name fishing village. And yeah, that's like kind of what it is.
The very tall eaves, all the brickwork, like it was very cozy. I liked it. But I can obviously see also why they're definitely still oppressed, though.
I mean, there was literally a giant town over there blocking their sunlight.
There's a fortress on top of them. But so you leave Junon after a segment where Lucky talked about earlier, where like that is that assassination attempt, and like you have to flee Junon.
I mean, can we talk about how the fact that you get a segment where you get like 5 Shinra troopers to just be all like, "Let's go, sir."
Yeah, they follow you into battle, and you can take care of them. You can literally target them for heals, which I did absolutely. Because I didn't want them to die, because the game was like, watch out, they'll die for you, and I'm like, oh no. I don't want them to die. I love them at you, too. Oh yeah, no, they'll take care of you. They're Shinra troopers, so they can throw potions.
And they will. I also enjoy the fact, like, they clearly know what's up, but they're like, nah, this guy won his fucking 2 awards, nah, he cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure they know exactly, like, they ask at the end, like, are you the assassin? And then he's like, Cloud's like, guys, I'm sorry about this, but I'm gonna have to beat your ass now. But they're like, we're only joking, Captain. We know that the suspect's a woman. Anyway, you got shit to do. Bye. I would suspect that some of Midgar's 7th, like, Shinra seems like they would absolutely have this kind of divisional fortitude where, like, I can see the Junon and the Midgar guys, like, straight up fucking fighting with guns because nobody knows to trust each other.
Maybe. I will give a spoiler. You do run into the 7th again as a side quest, and I'll tell you, the commander straight up knows that you're not part of the military.
That I expect would make sense. Like, she would be able to look, at the very least, if she didn't know ahead of time, she'd be able to look back at her records and be like, wait a minute, this guy's face isn't part of my unit.
Yeah, no, you meet up with her later, and she's like, yes, an ex-soldier, a terrorist unit, lab rat, an ancient.
Yeah.
Well, good thing I did this job all by myself. I'm gonna go report it as such. Bye!
Yeah. But, like, the 7th is willing to give you plausible deniability no matter what, especially because Roche does get to challenge you to a fight. It's great. He does it in a fucking stunt motorcycle dome.
In Junon somewhere. They call it the training area, but guys, he brought out the brass band and everything.
Yeah. And apparently the Junon crew just knows about this, because they're in the fucking stands. But also, it's like fucking Thunderdome rules, where, like, after you beat Roche, they're just like, well, he beat Roche, he gets to go, he gets to walk. That's the rules. You know, and it's like, yeah, pretty solid. It's a good segment, but I'm like, I mean, I like that we do try and build sympathy for the rank and file of Shinra a little bit better in this game, because a lot of those guys are just guys. And I mean, Cloud had that opinion before. Like, there's that one guy in Sector 5 slums when you just side quest to him, like, well, Shinra bitches get what they deserve. And Cloud's like, hey! And Aerith has to, like, defuse the situation before Cloud obliterates this man. But, you know, there's a few of those moments, comes back later in Gold Saucer stuff, too, where it's like, okay, Shinra sucks, but, like, people's is people's. You know? But there's a few points, I think, where the 7th could come back, at the very least, as cameos, and Stay came back, but because canonically, you recruit Shinra deserters at least 2 points. When you get the Highwind, the entire crew of airmen says that they ditched Shinra because Sid asked them to. So good, thumbs up on you. And also, you basically kidnap some guys when you take over the submarine for the submarine segment, and they just decide that, like, working with you is cooler and better than working for Heidegger.
Oh, actually, that's something that they mentioned in the new side quest. The side quest is basically there's a monster scout, and the 7th is responsible for tracking it down. The commander says that monster escaped from the underwater research lab at the underwater reactor.
Okay, so that sounds like they're building it up so that, like, when you do the underwater reactor segment, you're gonna roll up and, like, the 7th is gonna be there, and, like, slight FF7 regular spoilers, but Cloud leaves your party for a little bit, if you don't know that. The underwater reactor segment and the submarine minigame is after you get Cloud back. So it would make sense that is, like, a way that Cloud gets back and, like, maybe explain some stuff, or just, like, you know, some general, like, vibes and themes, and they're just like, okay, cool, we work for you now. We'll take care of the submarine, you know? But it's a really great segment, and it bleeds into another pretty good segment, which is the Shinra 8. So they revamped the ship a little. It's still structurally a cargo ship, but now it's a transport as well. You're taking passengers.
I fucking told you, it's the fucking... It's the cruise ship, it's a fucking military cargo ship that they fucking slap some fucking cardboard cardouts out. Oh, they redid the upper deck. They made that look, but everything below deck is fucking... Yeah,
the shots from the upper deck that they showed in trailers make you be like, oh, this looks really good. But, like, I think they do that in-game, they do that transition really well, because you look at the side and you're like, oh, I mean, this looks kind of fancy, but it's got a big cargo hold. But when you guys, like, bum out in second class, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, no, this is just, literally, these are just hammocks. And we're all in communal rooms, you know, shit like that. And, like, when you get to the top deck, one, you can't go in any of the first class rooms.
Rude.
But also, when you get to the top deck, like, they have, like, shops and restaurants and stuff, but you can't really interact with most of those. So, like, I think they do a good job of making it look classy, but also show you that separation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Shinra 8 has God's greatest technically optional side quest, the Queen's Blood Tournament. Guys, Final Fantasy VII is Yu-Gi-Oh! Now. Including fighting weird multicolored hair weirdos. There's a robot who plays it for some reason, and he's terrible. The first time, anyway. I've seen him in the Dust Bowl in Coral Prison, being like, you have to be rank 7 to fight me. And I'm like, cool, I'll come back later. But no, it's great. You get to actually play Queen's Blood with optionally every party member. I feel bad for Barrett. He gets fucking obliterated by Chadley round 1.
Well, no, he's in round 2. In round 2, you can play either Tifa, Aerith, or Barrett.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, he fights Chadley and loses, but you can actually like lose fights and progress still technically.
Yeah.
It's like a points-based system. But Barrett goes against Chadley round 1 and gets fucking trashed. But yeah, it's it's funny to have those matchups. It's great. I can't wait to be able to replay that chapter to see what everybody's reactions are like. I actually decided to challenge Aerith because I went up to talk to her because she was closest when I got on the deck, and Cloud's like, "Hey, want me to go easy on you?" And she's like, "No, maybe I need to go easy on you." And I'm like, "Okay, we're gonna play some Queen's Blood now, Aerith." And at the end, she's like, "Geez, maybe I should have had you go easy on me." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, don't step to me at Queen's Blood."
I do love the dynamic that, fucking Tifa is kind of your mature older sister type, while Aerith is the fucking cheeky brat kind of. Well, not cheeky brat, but... No, yeah, she's kind of cheeky.
Aerith is definitely cheeky. I don't think she's a brat, but she has unrestrained hooligan energy.
No, Yuffie's the fucking brat.
Yeah, Yuffie is a brat. And I'm glad that they retained that characterization while also still, like, making her more tolerable. Like, she still is kind of the token kid and is kind of annoying at times, but also she peppers that in with, like, being honestly, like, reasonable and reminding you, like, hey, I'm 16 and I'm a fucking child soldier. I have trauma.
Yeah, no, she's perfectly fine as long as Materia's not involved.
Yeah. She gets a little goopy. Well, also, she's not physically fine when you're in fast-moving vehicles, but,
No.
That's when she's very relatable.
I will say, the most I related to fucking Yuffie is, it's in the past post-Nibelheim, but Yuffie meets Kyrie, and Yuffie's all like, this girl has a lot of nerve, and I know that's saying something coming from me. I'm all like, oh god, Yuffie, you're self-aware, thank god.
Yeah. Sorry, finished up my water.
Hydrate.
Okay. Yeah, no, because Kyrie has no self-awareness in this game. I found her merch warehouse in Judon.
I was like, how does she keep getting away with this?
She flees at the drop of a hat. Luckily, she gets fucking punked out by the Shinra 8, and she packed too many bags and didn't get to go on the boat. But yeah, like, Yuffie has these great moments where, like, when you first get the buggy and she's getting, like, super motion sick, she's like, I can't die until I've punched Scarlet in the face. And I'm like, yeah, no, you're annoying, Yuffie, but you're all right at heart. You just think for some reason because your country got blown up by Shinra and you're 16, you know better than Barrett, whose village also got blown up by Shinra, and he's like 32.
He's actually blown up reactors.
Yeah, Barrett.
I put that in quotes. He didn't actually blow up reactors, but he tried to.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to disable them. He's done some of the biz. But yeah, like it's funny, and I like a lot of the Yuffie stuff. Like, it's fucking hilarious when she's in Costa del Sol before she's even fully joined the party, and she's like, "Oh, you're entranced by my beauty, my sexiness," and I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, sure," because it's Cloud, and he's just like, "Mm-hmm." And also, but also she, like, at the end challenges you to a duel, and Cloud can just be like, "Yeah." Like how she I thought they were gonna do it to remix her ambushing you in the original game, and she chickens out.
Yeah. I just kept telling her no until she left, and then she came back and was like, are you sure? And I was like, fine.
Yeah. It's the same result either way. Like, honestly, she almost treats telling her you're okay with fighting her to get it out of the way as when she runs away and comes back like you told her no. She's just like, are you sure you don't want me to go with you? Like, yeah, whatever, come along. I don't care. Shout out also to Yuffie, where during the driving around, because you can drive back through the water segment on the buggy to get towards where the Tomberry crown is. She talks about, like, oh, I bet the Tomberry King's got a lot of followers. What if we multiplied Barrett so he could shoot them all? And Cloud's like, then we get caught in the crossfire. And then she's like, yeah, you're right. What if I multiplied Tifa so we could beat him up? And there's just a beat with Cloud's just like, that's an idea. And Yuffie's just like, are you thinking about something dirty? And that was my first thought when Cloud paused. Cloud's thinking about, man, it's a lot of Tifa. And Yuffie fucking turns to him and he's just like, okay, all right, yeah. You also thought of this. Cloud has a couple of those moments when we get to Costa del Sol. But yeah, the Shinra... Go ahead.
No, you keep going. I can talk about...
I was going to say, the Shinra 8 ends well. My boy Red. So perfect.
Oh, God.
Fucking moonwalking into the sea.
It lives forever in my head, just when you start the mush, he says the line. I can't remember what he says first, but Cloud goes, down, boy. And Red just goes, never. And I'm just like, that just lives in my fucking head.
It's so good. It's so good. He challenged you to Queen's Blood. It's fucking amazing.
It's an exhibition match, but...
Yeah. It also continues the long-standing trend of Cloud gets volunteered for things. Because he says, no, I'm not going to do this. And the captain is like, oh my, Cloud has agreed to an exhibition match. And Cloud is just like, oh, what? It would give me even more social anxiety to stop you, so fine. And then the segment with the bad guys is what you would expect, and it's full of bad guys. And yes, it is a fucking bop when they decide to drop that Genova theme on you.
I am glad that they expanded it a little bit to be like a monster attack and not just Genova hanging out in the fucking hold.
Yeah, they kind of, because you can get random encounters when you're going through the cargo hold. They kind of imply that there are monsters on the boat now, but the way that 7 Remake and Rebirth combat works, having it just full be like fiends are attacking the boat so they can fuse with black robes, like, no, that follows. That tracks a lot better. But yeah, I didn't know that the Genova theme needed what I can only call, like, the near choir, like that kind of, like, female chanting, and I'm like, nah, it's good. It fits perfectly. It's great. Real good shit. So you do all that, like I said, Sephiroth keeps trying to slide into Cloud's DMs, and Cloud's just like, whatever. And you get to Costa del Sol, and Barrett doesn't want to take a vacation, but you take a vacation.
Listen, you got 2 young women in here. You're taking a vacation. You cannot stop them.
And I mean, Costa del Sol. I don't know if we could have left Costa del Sol without having a vacation the way those guys are. You know, Cloud rolls up and he's like, he's alone, and you know, the 2 basically barkers are like, oh, do you need a friend? Try out Costa del Amor. And Cloud's just like, I'll be fine, thanks. And they're just like, well, you'll never get any swimwear unless you do our weird participation thing. Look for partners. And Cloud's just like, oh my god, okay. This is Cloud Strife's life. Cloud Strife's life is showing up to a place, not wanting to do anything but, like...
move on to the next objective.
Look for black robes, or, like... I mean, there are some times where, like, I feel like he wants to play Queen's Blood, right? Like, he goes out of his way to do some of those things. He seems to enjoy the photography side quest, but, like, he's very objective-based, even when it's side content.
No, God, it's great. When you complete the fucking photography side quest, Snaps gives you a photo book, gives you a scrapbook, and in it is like a cutouts of every pose he made at every area. So it's just like, no, I think Cloud's a little photogenic. He doesn't.
Cloud knows how to have fun. His idea of having fun usually doesn't involve interacting with other people, which I understand on a deep level. But Cloud also, despite the fact that he is a man capable of punching above his weight class, Cloud also, like, won't start a fight about it, which is probably, like, the true social anxiety experience. But yeah, so you get tucked in doing some mini games to get Cloud some summer clothes. Barrett just wears his sailor uniform.
He likes it.
Beach. I look good. And I'm like, yeah, sure. You're great, Barrett. No notes. But yeah, Cloud has to participate for beachwear. I didn't even think this would be a mechanic to have the match. I just went with for beachwear to put Cloud in the swim trunks. I mean, I got enough cards to get both, but I just was like, we're going to the beach. Fucking swim trunks.
Yeah.
And then same for the ladies, but yeah. It's very funny that, like, Aerith and Tifa get, like, a double 7s card and Cloud got a regular 7, you know?
Mm-hmm. And
you get sucked into other minigames, but you take your vacation. It's good. I'm glad to see Shinra middle manager not just alive but thriving, constantly thinking of his daughter.
Oh, did you see the scene of him post Hojo?
I think I found him.
Yeah, where he's like, "Fuck you, Shinra," just, you know, screaming at the ocean.
Yeah, he does that a lot. Like, he I feel like he's at that point where he's like, I need my job. I gotta take care of my wife and my daughter, but also, God, my bosses suck. Actually, also, yes, we got Beach Hojo. Not in a Speedo, it's fine, but we did correctly communicate Hojo's beach swag. And God, is he such a fucking scumbag. Hey, ladies, want to come back to my lab? Who knows? You could give birth to the next hero.
I do like how they did it. Basically, Hojo learns that of the reaction between the black robes and some monsters. All like, this looks like science. I gotta go get me some.
This is new. I was not actually expecting this vibe. I gotta try this shit. So he shows up with capture robots and like ruins everybody's beach day. But you get your bonk on. And you get a lot of runs of mini games that are super great. The wild run with Red playing animal soccer. It's great.
He did it for the meat.
He did it for that meat. The shooting gallery mini game is very fun.
I like
the fucking hidden cactars, like Hidden Mickey. Nice note. You get a run. You're running with Andre and Madam M. By the way, I dueled Madam M in Queen's Blood because I cared a lot. I was less worried about ruining her day than fucking harshing Andrea's steez. Andrea's okay in my book. Madam M's also all right, but like, she's got a temperament on her.
I know, but I know it's slightly mean to me, but I like seeing her mad. It gives me a thrill.
Like when you fucking bump into her in the Chocobo Square later, and she's just like, "Son of a bitch, turn you!" Listen, Cloud, hey, it's great. You want to hang out? You should go with your girlfriend. I gotta watch the races. If I don't lose all my money.
No, there's just something that, activates neuron of a mature woman who usually exodomor just getting so fucking mad. It just goes like, I like this.
No, it's great. Madam M's great. And I'm glad that she and Andrea are seem to be doing well away from Don Corneo. Fucking Andrea got invited by Dio to fucking do help out with shows at Gold Saucer. He's going up.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that probably in a minute.
Yeah, but yeah, Costa del Sol's perfect. Like, no notes. Everything flows really well. They do actually find a way to make it have like a climax and make Beach Hojo like really matter, like be part of the plot arc.
Yeah. I also do like what they do because Costa del Sol, Super Playboy Resort that you can't get a hotel, so you find out that there is this one hotel left, run by your good boy Johnny, who somehow made it all the way to here from Midgar. Somehow. Fuck.
I mean, I know how. He fucking ran at the speed of sound. I'm pretty sure Johnny could run across the ocean from Junon to Costa del Sol.
I can believe that.
That guy can fucking haul ass.
Yeah, but he's got, this is what I am assuming is what they did to recreate the buying a house thing in Costa del Sol. Because Johnny will just put you up. He's like, yeah, no, you guys got rooms. The only problem is that Johnny's Seaside Hotel is an absolute dump.
And as Barrett says, I don't see the sea anywhere. And he's like, but no, you can smell that cool air. And Barrett has a great one-liner later where he's like, come on, let's get back to Johnny's sea smell in. Barrett has some zingers. Barrett doesn't want to be here, but once he's here, he's like, fuck it, we're in Costa del Sol. He's going to start planning his future vacation with Marlene here.
Probably. But something I do like is after the Costa del Sol, you unlock the side quest to actually fix up Johnny's Inn, and it does work, and it actually does. I wasn't expecting this. It becomes a collectible display.
Yeah, that sounds nice. I still gotta find that Tomberry crown to keep cooking on that, but
you won't be able to get it until after Gold Saucer.
Oh, that's it. I'm in that desert zone.
Oh yeah, so once you find all the life springs, you'll be able to do the Tomberry. Oh, I should mention this
because okay.
Yeah, right. He's the special fiend in the area.
The elite mob.
But for the Tomberry King, you actually have to do something special. You'll knock off his crown, but to get the crown, like the good version of the crown, you have to use steel on the ground when it's on the ground. That's how you get a pristine crown. Otherwise, you get a marred crown. So if you want the best crown, you have to have steel on the ready.
Yuffie likes to hang out with me, and I think I've got her with the steel mug material on it.
Yeah. So
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, it's just one of those things I had to do it twice because I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. But yeah, and also there's a really hilarious thing where Yuffie uses her ninja arts to fucking shadow clone Johnny for a gag to finish out the boss fight, and he just stays cloned. Some of them didn't get destroyed, so how do you fast travel, mini fast travel inside Costa del Sol? There's a fucking Johnny waiting by the front entrance who's just like, I'll take you wherever you need to go, bro. How do you fix up the inn? More Johnnies. It's a good time.
Oh. I was complaining about this earlier, but I found out once you do the collectibles, it actually displays all the weapons that you got in Remake, and I'm slightly upset because apparently the file that I didn't have two of the weapons. I didn't have the two weapons you got from the Shinra building, the Tifa's last weapon and Barrett's last weapon, because you get those actually really early in the Shinra building. I was just like, son of a bitch.
Yeah. I know for a fact I'm gonna miss because I'm gonna import my PS5 data. I'm gonna miss the Twin Stinger, the one that gave you counter stance.
So I'm hoping like when I hit New Game Plus, we can redo that because I'm one of those people. I'm just looking at those empty spots. It's like I know those weapons. I want those weapons there. These empty spots.
I have touched those weapons. Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Also, there's also a section for Yuffie's weapons too from Intergrade. I only got like 2 of those, but that didn't bother me as much because I still technically haven't beaten Intergrade. I'm only like
you just
halfway
needed
through it.
the data to get the Ramu.
The Ramu.
But yeah, so like they did a good job with that, and that is where Johnny just stops in the old game. You see, Johnny has. This is a thing that I think they're saving for like the third game, but Johnny's just shacked up with a Costa del Sol woman. In the regular 7, he's just living in a house now, and he's just like, yeah, man, I got out of town, I settled down. I kind of like him being kind of like the mirror image of the villa, and like, you know, being a guy you can hang out with and stuff. And there is a side quest that sets him up for getting an actual girlfriend.
Yeah, no, I was about to mention, like, there is a girl interested in Johnny, so maybe by the third game
they'll be running the hotel together.
Yeah. Well, actually, I should say this. After you complete the fucking the renovation side quest, the extra Johnnies do disappear. They're like, no, Johnny, you gotta believe in yourself, like we believe in you.
Nice.
And they're like, no, Johnnies. And then after that, the fast travel is taken over by the girl. So.
Okay, that's perfect then. Yeah, that sounds like that's what they're setting up for.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, neat. But yeah, after Costa del Sol, you get Mount Coral. We don't need to like go at length about it again, but there's a fucking great sequence where it's just Cloud stays behind with Aerith and Red while the rest scout ahead because Aerith is having trouble hiking up a mountain because, you know, she's not used to that kind of shit, and she gets a climber's high, and they play an absolute bop of a tune, and it's basically the equivalent of the collapsed highway. Like it's a little zany, it's a little quirky, the music's great. And then it, you know, turns around to a very serious note at the end because, like, you go to the reactor, and we learn that stuff that Lucky alluded to earlier, which is that, near where, like, reactors are exploded and stuff, there are weapons are starting to form, rising up from the life stream. There's a new, very fishy boy, and at the heart of these weapons is a massive materia, possibly a Magnus materia, since that's what Shinra seems to be calling this prerogative.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yuffie is just like, mine. That's mine. You can't have it. It's mine. Like, okay, calm down, girl.
And it sounds like you and I were both speculating that they're gonna make it so that the weapons and the huge materia in the final game are not optional, are not missable, because you can fuck up huge materia side quests, chat. And they're gonna like make all of those mandatory. They're gonna do that because they're setting it up in this game. Like, I actually thought, based on trailers, that, like, we might actually see some North Crater stuff, because that's where they first do the weapon, like, jump scare, but no, they pulled it out earlier, and I think it works. Like, shit's a little fucked on this planet right now. And I'm guessing, based on, like, what the title of Chapter 9 is, you know, talking about the you know, the planet signs from the planet, I'm like, okay, alright, I see what we're going for here. Also, just the way they do the ruined reactor is, like, with all the Mako under it.
Oh, yeah, no.
And, like, the music goes very faint. And just, like, shout out to Barrett's VA. This whole segment with him is just what I wanted out of it, but, like, he does such a good job, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Barrett.
Oh, actually, I should mention, like, funnily enough, I am playing it in English. After just watching a mega play, it's like, I don't know, the English voices just sound okay to me now. So I'm like, no, this is fine. This is great. Yeah. This works.
No, they're all really good, and there's a lot of good vibes there. But yeah, Barrett's VA really sells it in a couple of points.
Oh no, definitely.
But you know, just he's so deadpan in some parts of Coral as he relays his backstory. I do like that we do continue our sub theme of like Cloud's not all right. People keep asking if Cloud's fine, and Cloud says he's fine. He's not fine.
He is not fine.
He keeps having these little moments and incidents.
He has headaches all the time.
Yes. Headaches, flinching, flashbacks, like, it's a whole vibe. But yeah, like, having just done, like, that whole segment, North Coral through, Gold Saucer, and I could probably talk about this for another hour, but we are almost at 4 hours. It's after 1:30 a.m. here. People are fucking...
Jesus. Patrons
are dropping like flies. We'll get several probably good deep dive episodes out of Rebirth, but just to pick it up overall, to, like, wrap up, like, Gold Saucer and Coral Prison, again, chef's kiss, no notes. Great mini games, all the stuff going around. I got the Tifa date, you got the Tifa date. Like, it's good to see them, like, do this kind of, like, hang out. The Ghost Hotel is perfect. Kate Sith has a great introduction, you know? And yes, I am saying it Kate Sith because that's how they pronounce it in game, even though that's very wrong. There's a lot going on with this character that I really like to see. But like I said, just Barrett and Dine, man. Like, they reimagined that cutscene just as it should be, including Scarlet fucking grabbing the gun herself and laughing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I talked about this earlier. Fucking Shinra's standard operating procedure seems very weird. Because,
in that scene, she says they have a reputation for safety to uphold.
I'm
That's
like, but yeah, but
what I know later.
Yeah, it's like the more I look at that scene in particular, I really feel like Coral Village was burned down just so fucking Bear could have a backstory.
I mean, it probably was, but it's one of those things where, like, I believe Shinra would do it. It's just that other stuff makes it less consistent.
Yeah, no, like, if that had been their MO for, like, everything, that'd been fine, but just having him burn down this, like, out of the 3 reactor disasters that I'm going to say, because I'm going to count Nibelheim as one of them, because the village didn't get burned down for it. One, they covered it up by just rebuilding it and not talking about it. The second one, they burned down the village and tried to kill everyone involved, which ended horribly.
They missed
and the third
at least 3 people.
Oh, they missed more than 3 because, like, everyone knows that fucking Barrett was the one who did it. Like, so it had to have been more than 3 people. Like,
that's
that whole
true.
whole entire village knows that Barrett was the one who did it. And they tell him, like, you know, they pour drinks on him, they insult him, they tell their kids to stay away from him.
Yeah, no. Everybody in North Coral also knows about the coal mine and the reactor, so they know to blame Barrett for bringing in Shinra.
Yeah, so, no, like, as far as, you know, closing the fucking, like, you know, restricted information, Shinra did literally the worst fucking job I have ever seen. Like, you know, if I was the head of a big evil company, I just would have said, yes, there's insurgents, and now I'm going to be stationing some troops in here while we investigate, and I would use that time to, you know, to fucking, you know, spread it that, you know, someone here did it, so it's all their fucking fault, and then I would just fucking leave it.
It's one of those beats that's, like, central to the original game, but was kind of, like, rapid fire. Like,
yeah, it makes no sense.
They probably should have kept the way they phrased it in the original. What Barrett says is that Shinra thought somebody in the village did actually blow up the reactor.
Yeah.
And so they fucking wiped it out. That would probably make more sense if it was a gross overreaction to... Now it feels more like they knew that the reactor production was rushed and flawed, and they had to cover it up that way.
Then Gunganka goes up, and I guess it's like... Well, honestly, I'm pretty sure Reeve was involved. If Scarlet was involved in fucking, Coral, I'm pretty sure Reeve was involved in, Gungaga, because they got
that kind of makes sense that a lot of these towns, like, are tied to them, like, Palmer, obviously, when we actually do Rocket Town, Palmer should be involved in that plot, because that was his department space.
Yeah.
And aerospace. Hojo was responsible for Nibelheim Reactor. It was under R&D. Scarlet was there to sell Coral on the reactor, which is also true of the baseline. Heidegger, nobody cares. Yeah, I'm just here to and tell guys to do shit. Like, fire that gun. You, soldier, fire that big gun. But sir, the ceasefire. The president told you to fire a giant gun, soldier. What are you, a pussy? Heidegger is the guy who, if this game was rated M, would call his subordinates pussies. What are you, a little sissy baby man? Shoot the big gun, damn it. But yeah, it's a weird vibe, but it's still that is the core scene, and I am glad that they were able to recreate it. I kind of feel a little bit of the rating restriction in this game in the scene of them shooting up the 2 arms, because, like, obviously, yes, getting shot multiple times in your forearm would be bad. That would require a lot of physical therapy, but it would not necessarily require amputation. It looks a lot more, like, hypothetically mean in the actual game, but it's also all pixelated. But yeah, Barrett explains his whole backstory. You go to the Gold Saucer, it's pretty great. Dio is absolutely wild. No notes.
Just muscle poses all the time.
Yeah, speaking of Cloud getting sucked into things.
Has to start with a game of 3D Brawler.
Yeah. I will say, I was not a huge fan of the 3D Brawler tutorial, because it, like, the controls are a little weird. I didn't realize at first that it was, like, asking for your right side is your right stick and your right trigger, your left side is your left stick and your left trigger. It would just say, when I tried to move the left stick right for a right punch, because it started me on the left side, it's like, too slow. I'm like, okay, game, I think you gave me too much credit. I was being dumb in that moment, and I needed you to, like, tell me, wrong stick, dumbass. Like, I could have gotten through that tutorial a lot faster if they were like, no, idiot, other stick. I'm like, oh, shit, no, you don't mean tilt the left stick right, you mean use the right stick right. It's like one of those things where like when you get deeper in the mechanics and you get it, it makes sense, but it was something that like didn't click to me right away because I wasn't expecting it to be a twin stick game. But it took me a second to grab that because it kept alternating left, right, and I like, man, whatever.
No.
I got it eventually.
3D Brawler, I'm not that good at it. I'm getting my way through it, but it takes me a lot of tries. I mean, a lot of tries.
Yeah, I think I stopped after the Moogle the first time because I was like, okay, I don't need these rewards right away. I'll come back for more gold saucer points, but damn. G-Bike, great. Thumbs up, love it. The Space Ranger, like, roller coaster thing, pretty cool, like that. But yeah, it's you know, it's good. Some of the mini games can get a little tough. I feel like they needed to make it feel like some of the mini games had the full difficulty curve. Like you've talked about some of the bullshit to like finish up the Queen's Blood side quest.
No, the thing about that pissed me off is like after the Shinra 8 tournament, I literally beat everyone my first try because I had a pretty good deck. When I got to the final player, which is, you know, player number 30, like all my strategy and forethought just went out the window, and I had to build something completely from fucking scratch just so I could I didn't even hard counter it. I got fucking lucky. I had to rely more on luck that I could be able to get these fucking cards out in time. Like, I'm just like, ugh. Why do we have this slow incline, and then all of a sudden we're at the fucking top of Mount Everest for difficulty?
Yeah,
like,
I feel like there's some areas that do spike like that. But yeah, Gold Saucer's great, and Coral Prison is really great. Gus is a scumbag, but he's also, like, got a vibe to him. He's fucking jamming out.
No, I love Gus.
Esther's still a little weird.
He's a scumbag who runs a hive of villainy, but I like him and his folk better than I like the people over at fucking Coral.
He's got a jam. He's not dishonest, at least. Like I said, Esther's still weird because she's just like, yeah, I'll take a Chocobo jockey from this weird prison. This guy looks like he's being coerced, but it doesn't matter if he can fucking defeat Chocobo Sam. But
oh no,
I also want to defeat Chocobo Sam because he's a human trafficker. I won't let him go about this. Chocobo Sam also tried to kill me with murder robots. I haven't forgiven him. He's weird. And also apparently responsible for killing Billy's parrots. So yeah, like that's great. But like I said, it's okay that Esther is weird. It was a weird subplot in the other game where they're just like, you want to get out of here, you're going to have to Chocobo race.
I mean, I like how they did it this time. This time, Dio just doesn't unilaterally think you're fucking guilty and throw you in fucking prison. He's like, all right, you have 24 hours to find the real culprit.
Your gun-armed man probably did it, but you have loyalty to him, and I'm Dio, and I say that's fucking rad, so here.
Oh no, I love it how me and Cloud were fucking hive main on this. Because it showed up, they showed how the camera was shot. I'm like, oh, that's how I know Barrett didn't do it. Barrett doesn't shoot cameras. Barrett loves being on fucking TV. And like 5 minutes later, Clouds are like, yeah, no, Barrett loves fame. He wouldn't have shot the cameras. I'm like, son of a bitch!
Barrett wants to send a message. He would not do violence without a camera to let you know it was him, and also to literally yell it to the camera, hi, I'm Barrett Wallace, and this is why I'm doing a murder. Have you heard can you hear the planet crying? I do
like how Barrett has calmed down a little bit on that. Like, he doesn't yell it constantly, but he'll have his moments every once in a while.
Barrett knows that Shinra is bad and they need to be stopped, and he still has those thoughts. But one, everybody on the crew already agrees with him, and two, I think he does feel guilt. Like that's his secret scene in Remake is he feels bad for all the Avalanche members he's gotten killed on his crusade.
Oh man!
As Dine says, you got to carry that weight.
The quest theme spoilers, but Barrett doesn't really have the Avalanche is Reborn thing in Cosmo Canyon. But during the Proto Relic quest, he runs into the 3 members of Avalanche from Intergrain, and they kind of talk about things. And you see some scenes.
That's good. I'm glad for that. Yeah. I mean, I think it wouldn't necessarily make sense for that scene around the campfire for Barrett to literally, like, pound his chest and scream, Avalanche is born again! But Cosmo Canyon and its area should be a moment where Barrett gets to, like, recrystallize and get his shit together and be like, okay, I'm game, I'm good now. I had a moment in Coral, I'm good now. Saving the planet. Let's go. But we'll see that when we get there. But yeah. It's the interactions with him and Dine are picture perfect. Like, it's
I also like how they changed up Dine a little bit so he wasn't as fucking weird. Because I remember this. I remember this in the fucking. I remember this. Dine, like, when he learned that Marlene was alive again, was all like, oh, I gotta go take her to meet her mother. And I'm like, calm down, brah.
Yeah, Dine is, like, super nihilistic in the first one. He's just like, everybody's gotta die, actually. I want to die, and I want everyone to die.
This time, he's like, he's still fucking crazy, but he's not, like, he doesn't want to kill his daughter crazy.
No, he's like, I don't want everybody to die, but I'm like, I want to blame you, but I know that, like, it's not your fault. It's fucking Shinra's fault. So I'm here to fucking kill Shinra.
You know, talking about his wife, like, he can hear his wife talking to him, saying to forgive him and shit, and he's just like, yeah.
Yeah. I do kind of feel like, I mean, it's part of the like, not quite, like, redeeming Dime, but, like, making him make more sense and be a little more balanced. I am kind of sad that he doesn't have quite the same death, where he just backsteps off a cliff and is just like, peace, Barrett, I'm out, bye. But him, like, Barrett pushing him down and then him pushing Barrett out of the way and just being, like, going down swinging, like, goes really well. And like I said, Barrett's actor kills it with just, like, how 0 to 60 he goes on that sorrow. He's like, Barrett's just like, be cool, Don, be cool. And he's like, no, Don is dead. And just big sobs. It's great.
Nah, it's good.
And then you fight the Palmer Mobile, which I was not expecting, but that's when I got the real inclination that I'm like, oh, they really aren't going to do Rocket Town in this game. Okay, no. Because Palmer does the Neener thing, which is one of his idle animations when you fight just him in Sid's backyard. I do kind of hope we still get to fight him in Sid's backyard when he just has a weird gun, but him having a weird robot that also has a weird ray gun, it's fine.
It's, like again, like, Rocket Town is really... Honestly, the more I think about it, the progression of vehicles in 7 is really weird in the original 7.
Yeah.
Because you need the buggy to escape the desert from...
And to cross the river.
And to cross the river. Well, you need to cross the river. So normally you take that buggy all the way to Rocket Town after you pass Gongaga, go to Rocket Town.
You can't take it to Rocket Town. Mount Nebel is in the way.
Oh, wait, no, you go through Mount Nebel, then you end up at Rocket Town, then you get the Tiny Bronco. But you don't fly anywhere on the Tiny Bronco because you get attacked and it gets shot down immediately.
Yeah, and then you have to cross shallow water to get to the Temple of the Ancients. Then you also have to cross shallow water to get to the north, and then you get the high wind after all that stuff.
Yeah, but I'm a little sad. You only get the buggy for Coral, the Coral Desert, like the Coral area. Like, after you cross the river, you're in jungle and the buggy can't go. So I'm just like, guys, I feel like...
Yeah, that's a little smaller. Because, like, the way the buggy, like I said, that used to take you all the way to Nibelheim, and you just couldn't take it because it couldn't go through the mountains. But, like...
Yeah, so you would go through Gongaga, you would hit Cosmo Canyon, and then you would hit Nibelheim.
And they still could have done the thing that they did, because the reason why you go to Cosmo Canyon originally, or have to go to Cosmo Canyon, is the instant you try to drive your buggy past that observatory... breaks down.
Yeah.
So, like, we could have done that again. I am a little sad that it's limited, but it does kind of feel like they're using it to literally, like, not give you a desert chocobo as well, have to come up with a new chocobo thing. So, like, I guess it works, but your chocobos can kind of, like, come back. Like, you know, it was great seeing Pico again. I have a lot of thoughts about gameplay. Like, it's not... So far, Rebirth isn't, like, super hard, but there's still a lot of, like... I genuinely don't know if I'm expected to complete some of these Chadley intel fights, like, when I unlock them, you know? I know some of them aren't level synced, because, like, they're tough sometimes.
Are we talking about the ones in the simulator or the ones on the field?
The simulator.
After I get them, I'm usually able to beat them, usually.
Yeah, usually, but some of them are very weird. I'm trying to remember, are E-skills level synced? They might be. I know you and Ranma on our one of our Discord mods have had trouble with a specific E-skill fight.
Yes, no, I still have not beat that E-skill one. That's because it's so
it's
weird.
Very picky.
Yes.
So like sometimes there are persnickety stuff, sometimes there are weird enemies. I appreciate expanded mechanics, but Lucky has mentioned this before, and I'll mention it as well. Underground enemies are kind of bad, because they have basically unlimited dodge frames, and also you can't even target them, so you can't, like, analyze them and stuff like that. And, like, this strat seems to be to fucking turtle with Punisher mode, but some guys have range attacks. Some guys have a fucking command grab attack.
Some guys will just swallow you whole.
Yeah, that's what I mean, they have the Devour move to just suck you up and take you out of the party even until you stagger that guy. So, like, okay, cool. You can learn to precision, like, you can upload your precision materia to like, block unblockable moves and grabs, but, like, that's not universal. So it's like, okay, guys, I get it. We're in the desert. They go in the ground, but, like, this doesn't feel super fun. I can't even target them and track them when they're in the ground. Cactars are weird, like, I don't actually mind those so much. That first fight you do for the green is actually quite tough, and like first time out, right?
That one fight sucks, but when you just meet Cactars in the wild, they ain't that bad.
Like, they're the epitomes of glass cannons. They do a lot of damage to you, and they like poison you with basic attacks, and they dodge a lot. But when you actually hit them, they're super fragile. You can kill them with like one basic attack string if you actually land those hits, which you do have to do by like timing it out right. But yeah, they're not a big deal. It's just that like I thought they would be more annoying, but the underground sandworms suck. The little sandfish, those guys get super stun locked when you fucking block when they come out of the ground. The sandworms are like, they have a fucking dumb hitbox attack where they roll at you that like knocks you out of shit. They can eat you. They're just, I will not be sad to see them go.
I am slightly upset with the sandfish because I always had this really bad. Because there's a couple fights I've done where it's been like a sandworm and like two fucking sandfish, and the fucking sandfish would just do the thing where they just keep popping up and stun locking me until the fucking landworm fucking swallows the character. I'm just like, why?
Yeah,
because again, like, if you're getting hit, you're getting hit. You cannot stop getting hit.
And they
cannot dodge roll out. You cannot, suddenly you cannot guard. You got to take that hit.
When you're staggered, you got to take hits, and this includes stunning. And like I said, they nerf dodging frames, which is not, I think. Enemies have a lot of ways to avoid damage. I think the player should have more ways to avoid damage. Like I like parity. And like they've done some really good stuff. You mentioned this before, and I definitely noticed it. But like some of these summon fights have basically FF14 mechanics. Like Phoenix literally draws like fucking sectional cones on the ground you have to dodge out of.
Yep.
And I'm like, I get this. I understand this. Like, obviously those are for boss fights, but that's the shit I want more of. It's basically how the first game was, that like sometimes trash mobs just fucking suck because it's like, well, they're designed the way they're designed and there's no changing it, so we're here, but we'll power through. But yeah, like I said, we're well over 4 hours now. I mean, we're past it. We're like 4:11. It's almost 2 a.m. I do not think we are hell diving tonight, or at least I'm not, because like I probably want to get some more 7 in before I go to bed in like 2 hours. 3 hours.
I'm staring at this cutscene where I'm back at Midgar with Zach. I'm just like,
Yeah, no, we talked too much about both Helldivers and Rebirth to get to it today. We'll do it tomorrow. We got a free slate tomorrow. And I've got to like make the thumbnail and edit this together still. So yeah, I think we are going to be done after this, but we should probably wrap up and just say that like, hey, if you liked our Rebirth talk, guess what? It's going to keep coming. Like I'm like 40 hours behind Lucky, so I got to catch her through all that stuff. He's probably got another like, I'm going to say 20 hours probably to finish minimum, if I'm guessing where the dungeons are and stuff. Like we got a while to cook, and there will be a lot to talk about with that. Because like I said, I personally, I think I feel pretty good about where this game is going. Like, obviously, there is a lot of emotional shit and like depressing shit in the game. That's just the middle arc of Final Fantasy VII, y'all. There's a lot of like existential dread and depression and shit in this game. Like, it gets better, but it's got some dark moments. But I feel good about how this game is gonna end because of a very specific fortune that Kate Sith gave me. The first fortune he gives you is trust in other people, and you may be pleasantly surprised by a last-minute twist. And I'm like, okay, that tells me that you, the game writers, are telling me, hey, trust us, bro. We are going to change some shit at the last minute. You'll be okay with it. It'll be fine. And I'm like, okay, I will believe you, Mr. Jazz Cat. Because it's the third fortune he gives you that's super ominous, which is the same one he gave you. I do also like how they changed his characterization. Originally, he just follows you or follows Cloud and Aerith because he gave you that weird fortune.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might not even be necessarily Aerith. It might be during the date scene, so it could be anybody. But like, I think it was with Aerith. Aerith wants to have fun, and you like take her out there. And he's just like, this prophecy is so weird. I've got to follow you and figure it out. This one is basically, he's just like, no, you guys are fucking crazy, man. You're wild. I gotta get in on this. This shit's great.
I do also think that he just kind of gets caught up in the craziness.
Yeah.
Like it's very obvious that he is trying to if you know, you know. It's very much that he's trying to ingratiate himself with you, but he does just kind of get taken along for a ride, especially once the incident happens.
And it's not subtle to the player.
No,
because they literally show Reeve in his office from the first game with a Kate Sith in the background, also doing you a solid and fucking up your wanted posters.
He's humming while he does it too.
Yeah, Reeve's having a blast. What a lad, what a boy. Lucky and I had a long conversation about how we're just going to headcanon that everything Shinra does that's nice, Reeve's idea. Trains, his idea. Boats, probably his idea.
No,
Scarlet and Heidegger are like, if it doesn't blow up, we don't care. He's such a good lad.
He is such a good lad. It's actually funny too because Kate Sith isn't shy about saying, yeah, like, no, I'm just a robot cat who's a Shinra employee. And Barrett's all like, what? You work for Shinra? And he's like, grr, grr, grr. But he really doesn't give Kate Sith shit about it that much. He just kind of like accepts that he's there.
Yeah.
There was actually a funny conversation where apparently Barrett actually hugged the robot doll, the robot cat to him while he slept. And Barrett was like, it was because I thought you were Marlene. It's like, no, so they're like, Kate Sith is slotting in, like, I think it's slotting in a little bit better than they did before.
Yeah, he's just kind of a weirdo freak. Giving him like all of Gongaga, which is his idea.
Yeah.
To like brew up is probably a good idea. Like, I'm not through that part yet, but I'm like seeing him volunteer that information. I'm like, oh, this is good. This is a good way to like shape the plot.
Actually, funnily enough, that whole thing is Kate Sith actually has a little bit more because you find out about the ancient temple and it's Kate Sith who's like trying to find out more information. So like you go through like Cosmo Canyon and Nibelheim looking for a Shinra terminal so you can look up information on the temple. And Kate Sith heads up a lot of that because he has a bunch of access that he uses to like look up things for the group.
Oh, that's an excellent reason to have to go back to Nibelheim. I bet somebody was like, oh, well, Shinra Manor was still there. And then you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, and that's what you do. You have to go to Shinra Manor, and you find out that there's a whole secret, underground research facility. Not the normal one you think one. There's another one. And then that's where you have a big Kate, that's where you actually play as Kate Sith. And you do, box throwing stuff.
That's cute because not that in that exact order, but that feels like a nod to Dirge of Cerberus because one, there are playable Cat Sith, metal Cat Sith solid moments in Dirge, but also Dirge involves you like going underground into the deep basement of the Shinra mansion and like crawling your way back up to the familiar surroundings. So,
yes, you do go rolling through vents, by the way.
Perfect, love it. I love to see this stuff. It's just a great little cute nod. How's Vinny boy? Is he as goth as we want?
Oh, he's totally as goth as you want, and then some.
Nice.
Also, somewhat technically illiterate. When you first meet him, he's in his coffin. Like it's oh god, what's the term where someone's not trying to be funny, but you see what they're doing and it's fucking funny?
There is a term for that, but yeah, he's just unintentionally humorous.
He's unintentionally humorous. Like he's in his coffins taking a power nap, he flips and stuff and all that crazy stuff. But he asked for ID. You give him a dead guy's ID because that's what you're using. But he can't get the ID scanner to work. So like Kate Sith crawls up on the shoulder, fixes it for him, and then he's all like, "Cool."
Oh, that's also so. I like that they put Vincent and Kate Sith together as well. That's another dynamic that's really big in Dirge. It's actually like one of the parts of the game that is definitely okay. Is like Vincent having to deal with this weird cat robot.
No, but like you, I will say, you do actually have to fight Vincent, and he does.
Which transformation does he use?
The first one. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head.
It's the wolf one.
Yeah, the wolf one. Isn't the something beast the G beast or something?
Yeah, Galleon beast, I think.
The Galleon beast. Yeah, you have to fight the Galleon beast. It's pretty fun. You remember that big room that you're going when you go from down the elevator into the fucking research lab? Yeah, you fight him right there. I was like, I knew it. I fucking called that shit.
It looks like a boss arena, and there's a mysterious door you can't go in, which is where Vincent's door is.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. Also, I'm glad they have the Galleon Beast assets.
Actually, let me double check something. What was the name of the boss in the fucking safe with Odin?
Lost Number.
Hang on, let me look that up real quick. Because there are some fucking boss designs in there.
Some yellow and orange boys.
Yes, no, you do fight Lost Number, but it's not called Lost Number.
Okay. It probably was another translation thingus.
But it does have the two halves things, and it can switch between them.
Nice. Is there a really annoying real-time lock opening minigame?
Yes. Well, it's not a pain in the ass. It's actually really easy to do, but yes, you do have to open a lock to, because what happens is I think I can do this without fully spoiling it. The team splits up. Frickin' Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie go up to the reactor, while Aerith, Barrett, and Red chill in town with Kate. Once the first group gets to Brand, they send back word that we need to get to the Shinra Matter, and then they send Red to wait for the other group while Barrett, Aerith, and Kate go to the Manor. They get to the Manor, AI Hojo shows up and says, "Haha!" and throws them, uses a trap door that fucking sends them down to the bottom level.
God,
to get out of it, there is a locked door that you have to put in, it is, actually, I just looked it up. Yeah, it is the combination, 36, 10, 59, 97. You have to put that into the door to get out. Luckily, though, it's actually really easy. The combination is written down on the wall. You just have to pull some boxes off the wall to see it. So It's not it's
and
not...
is it on a 60-second timer?
No, there is no timer.
Okay, good. That just sucked. Because if you fuck it up, you gotta reset the whole way. It's a really annoying minigame in the original. For a boss fight that's gonna fucking kick your ass anyway.
Yeah, no, the boss wasn't that hard, but yeah, was it who fought it? Was it? Yeah, it was. I think it was the Kate Sif team. But
also, the only way they could be leaning more on letting you know, no, we still think Dirge of Cerberus exists, is if you fought fucking AI Hojo, if you fought another one of the deep ground guys in that fucking manor.
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's more to this fucking area. I think I saw more doors that just didn't go anywhere. You don't have, Vincent's you cannot have access to this whole facility. Fuck you. But we can go down to some parts of it.
Ooh, actually, that's a good question. I'll ask a speculation for the third game. Is Lucrezia going to be in just a weird cave, or is she going to be back at Shinra Manor?
I don't know. They're already talking about the hints of Lucrezia. Because Vincent talks about how there used to be a woman that worked here, and when Barrett's all "Oh, I bet she was just scum like Hojo," Vincent's "No, she's not," and Vincent's not Vincent. Barrett's "Okay, damn, sorry."
Don't you talk about my lost Lenore that way. I will turn into literal Satan. Which, by the way, that's her fault. She put the Satan materia in me. Yeah, by the way, in case I don't know how they're going to work this out with the future plot, but in case you don't know, Vincent has the materia to summon chaos embedded in his body, and also chaos is technically a weapon.
I do hope that we maybe get a little bit more of that. Like I said, Sid and Vincent are with the party right now. They're just not playable. Yeah. So I'm expecting that we're gonna do, especially for Vincent, because they talked about how he's already a former Turk, how he was a bodyguard here, and how he knew Hojo and Lucrezia. He doesn't say names though, and how Sephiroth was his fault. So,
I didn't bone Lucrezia hard enough.
You didn't bone Lucrezia
Vincent's story
at all.
Is very sad, but also it's so crazy that Vincent Valentine of all people got outswagged by Hojo, and that's why this fucking plot happened. God, I hate Hojo so much. That boss fight's gonna be so cathartic in the third game.
Yeah, no, I'm probably taking. Oh God, I'm gonna take Vincent for that fight. I always took Vincent for that fight in the OG. I remember that.
I mean, I suspect they will, if they follow the way they've done these previously. They're gonna make you take Vincent. Canonically, the way they explain why Vincent and Yuffie aren't in the final cutscene, and they may rework this anyway, so they're still in the climax. But the way they explained it away is Vincent and Yuffie go to Midgar to try and get more people to evacuate, and Vincent is supposed to go back up to the top deck. So I could totally see them reworking that to be Vincent's "No, fam, I got this. I got this guy." That's I think the opening scene of Dirge actually is Vincent goes back to double check that Hojo's super dead. So they will probably work that out a little so that Vincent is mandatory for that segment because he's got to square up. I don't know if they'll actually force it to be Yuffie. Because Yuffie and Barrett are gonna get their catharsis when you do Proud Claude, because that's when you make Heidegger and Scarlet fucking explode. So that'll probably be like they'll work on that, and then you'll probably take Vincent to scooch up to Hojo. Although I believe Cloud also has some spicy words for Hojo at that point. The only way that fight could get more ideal than Cloud and Vincent is if somehow Aerith could be part of that boss fight. I just to kind of wrap up, you have some great moments with your crew in Costa del Sol. I love kind of the post like boss fight conversations. That conversation with Aerith is like really good and surprisingly intense, where she talks about like, I want to do violence to that guy, and I don't like that. I don't like these dark thoughts clouding my vibe. I told her just like, they're just thoughts. Let him go. I know you're not violent like that guy is. You're not a freak like Hojo. It's fine. He sucks. Which I don't know if is like the best response, but I like a lot of our options there. But yeah, Rebirth is good. Good game.
Good game.
Good game too. But I'll be getting to that one later. Lucky will also probably be getting to that one first, because you're probably going to be done with Rebirth before I am.
Probably.
Though we'll have to see how New Game Plus stuff works. I know that you can actually like take Cloud out of the party when you do the chapter select, which will be interesting. But yeah, like we've almost hit 4:30. I still got to edit this episode, so we had a good time. I hope you enjoyed all those conversations. We had some good stuff there. Like I said, our talking about Rebirth will probably continue indefinitely, because I don't know if it's going to be my like game of the year, because the year's still pretty early, but like this is my like seminal experience for this year. And yes, I'm still saying that, even though I'm also like paused 40 hours into P3R, which is another great game. Depending on when Lucky can actually pick that one up, it'll be reversed. I'll be like way farther ahead than him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we should probably wind it up. We started a little late, but we're having a long-running show. Hopefully you enjoy this. I know you like longer episodes. I think YouTube likes longer episodes. We'll try and get you longer episodes, but there's only so much we can do, though FGO did provide us a decent amount of stuff.
Right.
What's up?
Oh, no, I was checking on Kate Sith lore. In the original, Kate Sith actually is a little bit of an asshole.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick to you at a couple of points.
Yeah, no. Like, in the original, he doesn't necessarily... He hides that fact that he's a Shinra employee. And when it comes out, he's like, yeah, no, we're holding Marlene hostage, so do what we say. Go to the ancient temple. I'm like, fuck!
Yeah. And I was a little worried that might happen, and it might still that he's forced to handle them, because, like, there's a little scene, I mentioned that business scene where, like, Sung, like, knocks on his window.
Like, I'm pretty sure they are using the cat robot to spy on them, because... They got some very clear shots of the party just at places.
Well, and there is that other moment I talked about with Rufus where like Sung rolls up to Rufus's office. Rufus is like, "You still got the ancient?" And Sung is like, "Yeah. Do we care about her all of a sudden, boss?" And he's like, "Is she looking for the promised land?" Okay, cool. Keep following her. Maybe find out if she's looking for the promised land. Is this more important than the Magnus Materia? No, but I'd like to see the promised land before I die. And I'm like, wow, that's... Honestly, we're doing a lot for Rufus.
Also, I just do feel like it's a little weird. Like, he said he doesn't care about the Promised Land, but also he wants to see the Promised Land. I'm like, I feel like Rufus has been rattled up a little bit.
Yeah, he's obviously off his game, which I appreciate. But the way I read it is that he doesn't believe in the Neo Midgar plan. Like, Rufus doesn't think the Promised Land is necessarily literal and he can build Neo Midgar there. But also, his dad probably talked about it constantly when he was a kid, so, like... Rufus is like, but if the Promised Land is real, I'd like to, like, see it. If only so I can tell my old man to suck it. Because that's what Rufus really wants to do. He wants to flip off his old man, and he wants some friends.
Also, I'm going to call out you, Rufus. Like, during one of the board meetings, he goes, why didn't any of you try to stop my father? I'm like, Rufus, do you think any of them could stop your father?
No, he probably doesn't, but he's just manipulating them.
Mm-hmm.
I do also appreciate that Rufus still goes everywhere with Darkstar. President Dog. It's great. Nah, it's sick. There's a lot of good dog stuff in this game. I didn't even mention the fucking side quest that starts in Junon where you have to escort a dog and we play the fucking dance remix of the Stamp theme.
Has its own battle version too.
He's a good boy who never stops.
Bow wow wow, bow wow wow.
It's great.
Oh, don't worry. There's another dog quest in Gogana where that happened again. And they're like, yes,
more dogs. This, like I said, this game deserves its 90+ rating. There's a couple of rough patches where it's just like the game design's a little more frustrating than it needs to be, but like there's so much good. Soundtrack is so great. All the visual design is really good. The fucking costumes, which you fully can just fucking roll around in.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
Oh yeah, that's a conversation I need to be fucking blown up. Apparently, Kate Sith is gonna confront fucking Barrett about like the indiscriminate killings his bombings did. Quote unquote bombings. I have to say quote unquote because I know that was the
we
more
know they were
Shinra
false
thing.
flagged, but I don't even know if Reeve knows that.
Yeah,
and like you still shoot a lot of Shinra soldiers to do those.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a moment I appreciate because like the game is not shy that like what Barrett is doing at the start of the game is probably not the best way to go about it. Like Shinra does need to be stopped, but like blowing up the reactors and like affecting people's daily lives that way is like not the best move.
Well, like this is something I found interesting in this resistance. There are some people like Barrett who are doing too much, and then there's others who are like doing too little. Like there's no.
Yeah, I think I feel like Barrett was basically driven to extremes, not just because of his personal trauma, but also because it seems like the core of Avalanche is like really restrained. They're like trying to like.
They're more like activists than they are like resistance, so if I'm going to be real.
And I don't know if that's because the more violent aspects of Avalanche got their teeth kicked in after they tried to assassinate the president. I don't know if that's because, we've discussed this before, but Avalanche is actually a Shinra false flag from the start. Like, I believe it's revealed in the phone game before Crisis that, like, Avalanche was, like, founded and back-funded by, like, their own ex-Turk who was experimented on, and, like, Rufus secretly gave them money to get started because he wanted to fuck with his dad. Like...
Well, they're talking about how Avalanche here was formed from people from Cosmo Canyon as students of Planet. She didn't want to just do the whole mind fuck of the planet. The planet will be fine. The planet will take care of itself. So whatever happens, and actually wanted to do something active, and you kind of see that mindset in the group from Intergrade. Like they want to do stuff, but they're not gonna fucking. They don't do like direct confrontations.
They dress like they work at Applebee's, whereas Barrett's crew dresses like they are a fucking paramilitary group. They have body armor and guns and magazines. Like it's very different vibes. Barrett's team is like from an 80s action movie, and Nio and the other guys are like from like right now.
Yeah, no. So
it's interesting. Like, I'm glad to see we are going to touch on that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's actually wrap up. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. Be sure to come back for more Let's Talk FGO, and also check out our streams and stuff. We should be back to Metal Gear Solid 3 on Monday, Fail Betrayal on Tuesday, and Final Fantasy 14 on Wednesday. 14 in particular, we're going to try and get me to actually get to Endwalker. It should be doable, but we'll see. We got stuff to do and cutscenes to see. I almost started quoting Smash Mouth. I won't do that to you. Check us out on Patreon. We got stuff going on. I finally got the polls up for both polls for Fanservice Friday and for Fail Betrayal. It took me a while because, like I said, a crazy week. So check those out. You can support us on Patreon to get the episodes in audio format early, and also at higher levels, check out topic polls and other stuff. We'll be back next week for probably, Lucky will hopefully have played through some of that sweet story on White Day. We can talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to talk about it at length, but, just some notes to mention. And technically, it'll be like dropping like right as the Battle of New York starts. So depending on which time zone that's actually starting in, we may actually be in it already by the time we're recording, or we may be waiting for maintenance. So stay tuned. Make sure to like us on YouTube. Leave your comments down below or in our Discord. Subscribe for more. Ring the bell so you get notifications. Consider joining channel memberships. I know that in a recent stream this week, somebody passed out some gift memberships. So make sure you hang out and consider, continuing that through. And we'll be back for more.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.